Es ceru, ka visi ir ļoti ērti iekārtojušies, labi izgulējušies, bez modinātāja pamodušies, rīta tēju, kafiju iedzēruši un ir žirgti un mundri šo vienu dienu pavadījuši foršā kompānijā, gan šeit Cēsīs.
And are ready to spend this day today at Cēsīs concert hall in person and online. And please inform your colleagues, friends, acquaintances that the conference is being streamed online in Cēsīs region website and Saldus region YouTube channel, so that our partners and friends who are not present can also follow the conference and engage in the discussions. Thank you so much for finding the time to be here in Cēsīs in the morning of October 15th, this beautiful autumn day. I am sure that there will be plenty of questions raised during this conference, and we will also have answers to many questions related to culture and health. And today we will not divide them into separate pigeonholes, but we will view them together, and we will hear about the practice and policy in the EU, in the Baltic states, in the Nordic countries, and elsewhere in Europe. I would like to thank everyone who has arrived here, including the speakers. The conference will be moderated in 2 languages today, in Latvian and English, and simultaneous interpretation is provided by Ilze Norvele and Māra Sosāre, who will be with us for the entire day. Some technical things. The participants of the conference will be able to join the discussions from your seats around the tables. You are provided codes which you can use to ask questions to the speakers on the stage. And we will make this day beautiful, unforgettable, but most importantly, very productive, as culture and art are increasingly viewed not only as creative manifestations, but also as a public resource, which promotes well-being. It is clear that we are living in the 21st century. We have coped with one pandemic more or less successfully. However, we have a new pandemic approaching outside the window, particularly in autumn, when it is chilly outside. Many people experience health problems. They may not be manifested visibly, but they can be experienced internally, and we must speak about them. And this conference will lend a helpful hand to help to link health, care and culture. Therefore, we have representatives of both sectors here in the conference hall. I have a great hope that the participants of this conference will follow carefully, will make use of this experience, will not fear. We may call it a problem, but if we have a problem, we need a solution. And the main thing is not to be scared of it, but to seek for help. We have many specialists who have been implementing this program, are still implementing it with a single purpose: to help those people who do have issues, who may be afraid to acknowledge that they have issues, and who are afraid to contact a healthcare specialist. And it doesn't have to be a healthcare specialist. Perhaps we might encourage them to go and seek for the representatives of culture, representatives of art, who may help to find a shared solution. The goal of the conference is to share the experience of Saldus and Cēsīs municipalities, as well as to learn how culture and health sectors are cooperating in other countries, to learn from this experience and to enforce this practice here in Latvia. And as the first speaker, I'm inviting to stage Mr. Jānis Rozenbergs, chairman of the Council of Cēsīs city, and Ms. Inta Vanagas from Saldus municipality, Deputy Mayor of Education, Social and Cultural Affairs. Let us give an applause to the speakers now, as we are here as a friendly collective. Good morning to everyone. Greetings to each of you from the sweetest region of Latvia and city Saldus, as Salds means sweet in Latvian. The focus of our conference is prescription of culture, arts on prescription, and in the center we have the human being, their well-being, their feelings and emotions. We are living in a curious time, a very dynamic, overfilled with information. From Monday till weekend, there are a few days, but they pass in a flash. A year passes as a moment from January to December. And in this hurry, we tend to lose ourselves. And then we acknowledge that something is not in balance inside us. We experience stress, we experience fatigue, and this proves that we might be facing mental health issues. This project allowed us to address those who are not able to recognize their problems by themselves, but they could, with the help of mentors, and those who found the strength in themselves joined the project, and thus, in cooperation with the colleagues from Cēsīs, over a period of a little less than 3 years, we have implemented this project. Our project, Arts on Prescription, has been almost completed. I would like to thank the coordinators from Saldus, Andra and Sigita, as well as our colleagues from Cēsīs who have been working on the same project. We must be on guard, guarding the mental health. It is not a sign of weakness, it is a sign of strength to acknowledge it. Mental health is not just a fad these days, it is one of the essential values. And I would like to wish all of us, after the project has been concluded, not to finish it with a full stop. Let's put an elliptical ... to leave opportunities for continuing, and I wish everyone physical and mental health, and thank you for listening to us. Thank you. Good morning in Cēsīs. It is a pleasure to see participants from all over Latvia. I like to check out the list of participants and find the participant from the farthest point in Latvia, and this time it is Liepāja and also Saldus. So greetings to all the representatives of Liepāja who have come this long distance to join the conference. Then also on the list of participants, we can see a wide range of representatives of various professions, academics, professionals working in the area of culture and healthcare, and this was indeed one of the aims of this project, to join people from various sectors to join, to merge culture and health. And I think we have succeeded, because when the Cēsīs municipality were first told about this project, it seemed implausible, it seemed something too ethereal, but it seems that the project has succeeded. All the institutions in Cēsīs, hospitals, other institutions have been cooperating with the project, and they have been active, involving people who have faced the risk risks of exclusion, people who had lost jobs, and so on. A number of social issues have been addressed by the project, and this is its ultimate value, that we've been able to offer alternative solutions to them, something different from psychiatrists and prescription drugs. And you know from your own experience, when you seem to have run into sands of fatigue, when you are feeling uninspired, then perhaps it helps to put some music in the background. For me, it is some piano music, which I put on in the background at home, and that is an incentive for us to refresh our energy, to be able to focus again. I hope that this conference is only the beginning of something larger, something more important. Our Lithuanian colleagues have told us that art on prescription is a state-financed measure and service in their country already. So I'm hoping that if there are some representatives of ministries present here from Latvia, I hope that they will learn from this experience, and we see that it is possible, and we should continue on this path to make sure that culture can bring much more benefit to our societies than we recognize in the classic sense of it. So I would like to thank the municipalities, Saldus municipality, of course, all our international partners, and also Cēsīs team, Inga Surgunte, Baiba Roze, and the Ķīse. Thank you for involving us in this project. It seemed to be an incredible project, and you have carried it out. I think that today we will hear about many good deeds that have been done, and it will be an inspiration for future projects. In Cēsīs, we have discussed this, and we wouldn't like to lose this initiative. We have a cultural program, but we would like to add a health program to it, and ensure that the population of Cēsīs region and elsewhere in Latvia are healthy. Thank you, and I wish you a successful conference. I would only like to add that Saldus region is very happy to have partners in Cēsīs, as the autumn colors are at their most beautiful here, and this is also a wonderful trip for us, enjoying the beauty of nature. It is a gift for our mental health and well-being. Thank you, Ms. Vanaga. Thank you, Mr. Rosenberg. And you mentioned the positive cooperation between Cēsīs and Saldus, but we know that there are many more municipalities in Latvia, and I keep my fingers crossed that other municipalities who will be following this conference this morning, reminding those who are following on lsm.lv, as well as on Cēsīs region website and Saldus region's YouTube channel. This is just the beginning. I'm using loud words, but we must admit the truth that mental health issues, which are often not identified, they are addressed through various channels. Many solutions are searched for, but this might be an easy and simple solution. Just to go to visit a psychiatrist or a psychotherapist, you must have the guts, and it takes courage, not only for large and strong men, but we are not dividing our clients and people by gender or height or age. But we all know Winnie the Pooh, and imagine that we are watching Winnie Pooh and the piglet walking on the screen, and we see their backs. They are retreating. They are walking away from us. And the piglet asks Winnie Pooh, what is the most courageous thing that you have done in your life? And what do you think the bear answers to him? Any ideas? Which is the hardest word which we use very seldom? Forgive me, I'm sorry, well, we do use it sometimes, but for ourselves. I have asked for help. This is the most courageous thing, and these are the most courageous words. And I would like to wish everyone who is watching this conference not to hesitate to seek for help. Specialists, professionals in medicine, entertainment industry, culture, professionals are there to help us. And if you receive a no for an answer, it is still an answer. And speaking in conferences on the topic of mental health, we must not hide under the blanket. Loneliness, darkness and silence shouldn't be our best friend. We must muster the courage to utter the word, help me. And believe me, there will be people who will respond and will be ready to help you. A little retrospective. Now we have a number of guests from Europe, and the first presentation will be about the trends in the healthcare and cultural sectors, with a special emphasis on the Nordic and Baltic countries. And I'm asking to stage 3 of our guest speakers.
On stage, 3 of our first beloved guests. Niels Fitje, the World Health Organization Region Office for Europe, Technical Officer of Culture and Health within the Behavioral and Cultural Insight team. Welcome and good morning. As the next one, I would like to ask us to join on the stage Ulla-Kari Nurm, the Northern Dimension Partnership in Public Health and Social Well-being Director of Secretariat. Please welcome on the stage. And Dace Resele, the Northern Dimension Partnership on Culture, Acting Head of Secretariat. Dace, lūdzu. Oh, you are here already. So I will share the mics with you. One for you, one for you, and one for you. And hopefully I was not lying that we have brilliant interpreters. The ladies are translating all from Latvian to English, from English to Latvian, and actually our first theme, today's conference theme is how the mental health or health overall can cooperate with art, with the culture, and I don't know, I like this example, if you heard that about the Winnie the Pooh and the piglet, and by my opinion and truly believe, this is one of the easiest, but actually one of the hardest words that sometimes we cannot split over our lips. Help. And what's the experience actually in this cooperation, health and the culture in northern countries, especially in the Baltic countries? And this is the topic for our next minutes. Neil.
Thank you very much. I fully agree. Help is help me, help us is a challenging concept, and sometimes it's also a challenge even within our everyday work. And I think this is maybe in part something we will have an opportunity to discuss. How do we help each other within culture and health? So I'm going to give my presentation. Is it up in the back? Oh, there we go. Perfect. And I wanted to start actually by saying thank you so much for even inviting me. It's fantastic to be part of this project. It's fantastic to be here. It's a little bit daunting to be in this beautiful hall where I'm sure amazing performances have been held, and I'm a little bit worried that I might not live up to some of the amazing performances that have gone before me, but I'll try my very best. So my name is Niels Fitje. I'm a technical officer on culture and health at WHO Europe, and which is based in Copenhagen. The headquarters for the region is in Copenhagen. And I've been working in the space, arts and health, culture and health, for a few years now. And I'm going to take you on a little journey about the beginnings of our work there, and hopefully the kind of future of where I see this work going. So I want to start with well, maybe a little bit of context about what you're going to see actually first. I have only a few slides, and I have pictures for each of these slides, which are taken from a photo essay that we published recently in The Lancet. And it's a collection of arts and health related projects from across the world. Sometimes they're artistic projects, artistic photographs, artistic images of a health-related topic. Sometimes they're pictures of an arts and health intervention, as in this case in Nigeria, where a youth group is using dance to help connect young people and reduce loneliness. So you'll be seeing a lot of beautiful pictures. If you're interested in that photo series, do let me know and I can point you in the direction of the Lancet paper. But I wanted to start the journey by saying a little bit about what our first steps were at WHO. And I want to acknowledge here that this is WHO's first steps. The first steps within arts and health, culture and health, go back for decades. And in fact, arts therapy is a well-established concept that goes back to over 100 years. But within WHO, our first step was a report in 2019, which surveyed the field. It looked at the landscape of arts and health, the evidence base for arts and health, and came to the conclusion after surveying over 3,000 articles that there was enough here to really continue on this journey, that there was enough here that WHO should get more actively engaged and should encourage and convene the world, and in particular here in Europe, where I work, convene member states to come together on this topic. But we didn't stop there. We've been doing further evidence reviews ever since, and in fact we've just published another evidence report or a systematic review in Nature Medicine, a big medical journal, which looks at how the arts impact on non-communicable diseases. And that recent publication synthesizes findings from around about 150 systematic reviews, which in turn cover a huge amount of further literature, covering different effect sizes and looking at arts-based interventions and how they impact on people with non-communicable diseases. And the quote that I take here, I think, is a really important insight. We often kind of think of the arts as a peripheral intervention, as something that is a nice to have maybe, but not a must have. And yet, from this study, it's very clear that some of the interventions, not all, but some of the arts and health interventions have effects on depression that are larger than those that are reported for psychotherapy and pharmacotherapy trials. So again, I'm not saying all the arts and health interventions for mental health, I'm not saying everything, but in some cases the evidence is showing us that arts and health interventions can actually be more effective than traditional forms of therapy. Another thing that we often get asked, so basically the questions that we get often divide into a couple of rubrics. One of them is, well, what is the evidence base? Tell us about how the arts can actually influence health, and what does science and research say about that? And I think over the last years, or over the last 10 years or so, that question has not been answered categorically. There are still questions within that question, but at a top level, I think there's general agreement that the arts can have an important influence on health at the individual level. But there's also a second question, which is, well, what is the cost effectiveness of all of this? So how much money do we save if we invest in these arts interventions, if we invest in culture for health? What is the return on that investment? And in 2024, so at the end of 2024, the United Kingdom published a really groundbreaking study that quantifies the extraordinary impact that the arts and culture have on our physical and mental health. And this is the second quote that I want to show here. It shows that the results from this economic survey indicate that involvement in the arts had a wider social benefit worth around £8 billion a year at current levels of cultural engagement through people's improved quality of life, boosted productivity of work, and general better well-being. So these things are notoriously difficult to quantify. It's difficult to say specifically how much money are you saving from this intervention given the impact on that kind of health outcome, etc. But the indication here is that it's substantial. Whether it's exactly 8 billion pounds or not, whether it's more, it probably is, depending on how you draw your lines, or even if it's slightly less, the point still is that the contribution at current levels in the UK of culture to health are substantial by the reckoning of this report. So where are we currently sitting with the evidence base? I've talked a little bit about culture and arts and health on the individual level. How can culture affect and impact our individual health? How can arts interventions, social prescribing, arts on prescription, how can they support on in relation to individual health outcomes? But I think there's also a bigger question that's beginning to emerge, one that we at WHO are really interested in. And that's the question of health at the population level. The core of public health is not just how do you influence the health of individuals, how do you treat, manage individual health and illness issues, but also how can you affect people at the population level. And I think here we're beginning to learn from research that's being carried out in epidemiology on large cohort studies, so with a lot of numbers, a lot of people, we're beginning to find out that just engaging in the arts and just engaging in culture, without a particular intent of having a health outcome, just engaging has itself health benefits. And the studies are beginning to show, for instance, that engaging in arts and culture increases the odds of aging healthily by 84%. Now that's a bit of an abstract, it sounds like a lot, and it is, and it's a bit of an abstract number, but I think the important thing to draw down here is that these are similar numbers that we get from things like physical activity. So the research on physical activity, I think everybody in the room probably acknowledges that physical activity is a health contributor, that we need to stay physically active throughout our life in order to remain healthy or increase the odds of being healthy. We all know this and it's not contested. But the research is showing that this is also true for the arts, and that in fact engaging in the arts and engaging in culture is also a form of physical activity. Is also a form of health behavior. So engaging in the arts and engaging in culture is also a form of health behavior. Now, all of this, I think, fits into a more general conversation. Why is this important? Why is arts and health important right now? This has been something that was mentioned even at the beginning. One of the big challenges that we're facing these days is not just about individual health, but it's also about social health. It's about loneliness. It's about not being connected. And a recent WHO report on social connectedness, a commission on social connectedness that resulted in a resolution, quoted that loneliness affects nearly 1 in 6 people globally and causes about 871,000 deaths annually. And that's just directly attributable. I mean, the numbers are probably way higher than that. But again, it's one of these spaces that it's difficult to pin down. But loneliness and lack of social connection is becoming one of those topics, I think, in our modern societies that we really need to tackle. And arts on prescription is exactly one of those spaces where that can happen. If you go into a doctor's office and you ask for something you ask for help around your loneliness, your experienced loneliness, there's not actually much a doctor can do other than perhaps prescribing some pharmacotherapy, but that is an unusual step. So these kinds of opportunities are new opportunities within the portfolio of what doctors and what healthcare professionals can actually help you with. And so finally, I just want to say a little bit about this from the political level. The space that we're in, I think we're all convinced about this. We're probably all coming to this as converted. We've either worked on the project, the Arts on Prescription project, or we come from the culture sector and we have an innate kind of interest in promoting culture, or we have experience from the health sector in this space, and we already believe in it. But I think it's important to realize that we are not actually on our own. We're not a minority. The European Commission recently launched a report called the OMC report on culture and health. The OMC is a vehicle within the European Commission that provides space for experts from member states to come together in the culture sector and to make recommendations about certain topics. And for the last year and a half, a group of amazing, dedicated delegates from ministries of health and ministries of culture across Europe come together and been working on this report. And the report looks at the evidence space on arts and health and makes recommendations about how to systematize arts and health and culture and health work in countries and at the European Commission. And I highly recommend it to anyone who's interested in understanding or taking the next steps in systematizing culture and health. But I think a really important point that this report also makes is based on a Eurobarometer survey from 2025, so very recently, where the question was asked, how do you rate the impact or the importance of culture on your own health? 87% of Europeans and 89% of young people believe that cultural participation enhances emotional and physical well-being. In other words, this is a topic that people already believe in. This is political gold. This is something that you can use and refer back to your voters and say, this, we believe in you and we believe the same as you. So I guess I want to leave you with one last sentence, which is, over the years, as the evidence has grown and as the community has grown as well, the thing that's become clearer in my mind, and the thing that I want to leave you with today, is that it seems more and more that an investment in culture is also an investment in health. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Neil. Pirms mēs dodam vārdu mūsu nākamajai viešņai, varbūt es tehniski...
Before we give the floor to our next speaker, I would like to ask the technical staff to put the QR code and the numbers on screen. Again, you can use this to ask your questions to the speakers. They will be anonymous, and we may not read all the questions and we may not answer all the questions after the presentations, but you have this opportunity.
You have experience in a medicine for over 20 years. Actually, it's pretty interesting kind of me. When did you first time met that the health can cooperate with the culture? I truly believe that was not 20 years ago, no?
I'll talk about it in my presentation in a minute. Yes, thank you so much. Can I have my... Yeah, okay, thank you. First of all, I also want to thank all the organizers and especially Inga, of course, inviting me here. It's an incredible place, really, such an impressive, and I'm still impressed. I was speechless in the morning seeing this thing, and of course we are very, very happy to being part of this beautiful project. My name is Ulla-Karin Nurm. I'm the representing one of the partners of the EOP project funded by Interreg, and which is now running to its end, the third year. I'm representing an organization which is named Northern Dimension Partnership in Public Health and Social Wellbeing, which is an intergovernmental network to collaborate on health and social issues among the Nordic and Baltic countries. You may not have heard about it. It's a small organization based in Sweden, Stockholm, but we have a large network, and that really covers very many different topics. And now to the question, how did it occur that me as a medical doctor, my background is a medical doctor, but I have been working most of my professional career actually with public health, and health promotion was the first entry for me to enter this public health world. I became very fascinated about the aspect that working on individual level, I didn't see the much gain. People came back with the same issues, and you had to really solve them on the individual level. But there is much bigger potential working on the population level. So that's how I got engaged. And when the report that WHO launched in 2019, when we saw the report in our little team, that was actually the spark. That's where we started to look into the possibilities, how we can take this topic forward. And we engaged with our sister organization, represented here by DATSA, Northern Dimension Partnership in Culture, and we had the very first project on arts and health, where we were running small pilot projects in the country. So that's how it all started. But now to my presentation, it will be a little bit different from Nils' presentation. And thank you, Nils, very much for laying out and giving such a good introduction. So I don't need to repeat some of the things, but some of the things would be good to repeat. And the first thing to repeat here is that really we all know that mental health has taken a mental health illness or issues. They have taken an epidemic scale, and it has a real impact also on the not only on individuals but also on the societies in large and on the economy. And OECD has just published data that the mental health accounts for economic costs exceeding for more than 4% of the GDP among the OECD, across the OECD countries. Of course, some of those expenses come from treatment costs, but over a third of them stem from indirect costs, which are related to reduced productivity at work, people can't go to work, or there is a decreased employment or even unemployment involved in this. So we need to address this. And also evidence shows, that was also presented by Nils, that interventions that provide prompt access to mental health care and support can reduce the severity and duration by up to 87%. So they are regarded as a health promotion intervention, and OECD has done this calculation that it really has a large effect. So what do we mean, or what do we need? We need a sound mental health system that would help people and that would support people and their good mental well-being. And what does a good mental health system mean? So this is also defined by OECD, who has done quite some work, and also WHO has done quite a lot of work on this. So as a synthesis, I have listed here what in an ideal world a good mental health system could look like. So it is person-centered, and it is focusing on every individual who is experiencing mental health when they enter the health system on the primary care level, for instance. A mental health system needs to be accessible to everyone, so equally distributed across the population. It has to have an integrated and multi-sectoral approach, and preventive approach. So we need to start before it escalates, before the symptoms become severe. And of course, very important is to have a good governance and leadership. And this is something that I think the project proved very well during those 3 years, and this is one of the main recommendations, that we really need a multi-sectoral, cross-sectoral good governance to lead this work, this activity. And of course, it has to look into innovative approaches and be future-focused to prevent things in the future, not to be trapped in this in the system that we always only deal with outcomes. And that also is what AOP has to do with, is bringing an innovative approach and is future-looking. So how we can link the AOP with public health policy agendas and with health systems. And I would like to bring here the approach that it kind of anchors to the classical health promotion principles, which are coming from the Ottawa Charter. That is an old concept, but very relevant also here nowadays, and not to forget about it. Because AOP is addressing social determinants of mental health, which is loneliness, isolation, people may not have good living conditions, for instance, or inequalities. So they are also all those determinants that the AOP approach can address, so that we don't need really to I mean, these are all those determinants that come before, and which the healthcare, traditional healthcare, wouldn't really talk about and tackle. And I want to mention also here that AOP can act as a catalyst for change. It improves routines, for instance, and motivation for a person to be more self-effective, and also motivation to be more socially active, to participate and to engage and to do it in a regular way. So it somehow opens up also motivation maybe and routines for being taking care of one's health more, and adhering to treatment routines which may also come along. And of course, it empowers health systems to act preventively and not just reactively. There are some challenges in integrating AOP in the health system, and these we will talk about in the workshop that will be after the break. And I'm not going to maybe stop here quite long, but one of the biggest challenges is that in the healthcare, and having myself the medical background, it is still there that we have a dominance of the medical model, and it's very difficult to break this dominance of the medical model. That once you enter the healthcare, it will be a treatment approach, and preventive approach is not so well embedded. And this we understand. Doctors they do have a different education, and I have been talking to medical students nowadays, and they still don't have really that much of prevention and promotion included in the studies. And again, this is very much understandable, because they also need to be trained to be good in diagnostics and treatment of difficult illnesses. But where we can see the potential of a AOP approach is in the stepped care model in mental health. And this also comes from UK, where stepped care model has been applied in mental health system. And this means this is an approach where it starts from lower level care with self-help, and then community-based interventions, low-level interventions, and that's where AOP has a role. And then it moves further on to psychological therapy, and medical treatment, and the highest level and most expensive is intensive care and specialized care in the hospitals. And the aim is to keep always the treatment level as low as possible, so that the early intervention and prevention is prioritized, and so that also the care would be proportionate to the needs, matching the support to the individual's level of need, because not everyone is really needing a tablet or a medical care immediately when they are experiencing mild or moderate mental health symptoms. And then, of course, most important for everyone who work in the health system is the efficient resource use. And also there is AOP also finds, I think there is a very good potential to implement the AOP in the healthcare model also in a different way. So it can work as a universal prevention, also as an early intervention. It can be used also partly to support medical treatment, and also at the intensive care units where we have good experience and results, where people who are adhered in the intensive care units to all the machines and tubes, there is a alleviation of their symptoms when they hear, for instance, classical music or hospital clowns visit them. We have come up with policy recommendations. I don't want to read them out here loud because it might be a bit boring, but it's very clear that we need to position AOP in the health system and need to find a role, and we need to collaborate cross-sectorally to do this, and we need to find a good funding model that is not only coming from the health sector, who can't be at the burden, which has to be an intersectoral, but it also can't be only the burden for the cultural sector. And here is you can also take a look at one of the outcomes of the project, which is the recommendations. There is the QR code. And here I would like to finish, and while Nils, you didn't say it, but you always say it, then maybe I take the liberty to say this quote, that we really aim that being engaged in creative activities, culture and arts becomes a health behavior. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ola Karinur. Draugi, mums vēl nav neviens jautājums ienācis. Visiem viss skaidrs. Noteikti pēc Daces uzrunas noteikti gribēsim arī atbildēt uz kādu jūsu jautājumu, tā kā joprojām QR kodi jums ir uz galdiem un arī uz jūsu badži.
You to ask questions and we are going to answer them, and we also have Dace Resele, but we are going to have also some homework, or rather some online work to do. Good morning.
Baltijas. Thank you a lot. So first of all, thank you so much for inviting me to this conference. Feeling really festive and important event today. I'm really glad to be here among colleagues, peers, and I hope future collaborators, and share the NDPC's Northern Dimension Partnership on Cultures experience and perspective on arts and health initiatives. Today I've been asked to talk about regional framework in the field of arts and health from the cultural perspective. At NDPC, we are sister organization of NDPHS. Our everyday work actually helps us see both strengths and the gaps within this sector, and that insight is exactly what keeps us moving forward and doing activities and implementing projects. My presentation, that's how I thought today, would be that just an opening for further discussions, and it could be like an introduction to set the stage for a deeper and inspiring discussions ahead during today. So here shortly about Northern Dimension Partnership on Culture. We are public, international, regional cooperation institution. We are based in Riga, and we are bringing together 10 ministries of culture from the countries around the Baltic Sea and the Nordic countries. And as I said, our decision makers are ministries of culture, but we are cooperating actively with creative cultural sector practitioners, experts, and policy makers. I think it's as well in this context what has been talked already and what we are going to discuss during the day. It's maybe interesting as well just to have a look at our missions and visions. So we really believe that the skills from the creative and cultural sectors are essential for us to craft the more sustainable futures, and we believe in the value of spotlighting these cross-sectoral practices, in this case, cooperation between arts and health sectors. And how we do it? So we are proactively developing and disseminating new cooperation formats with other sectors than culture sector. We are producing knowledge, we are supporting networks, we are contributing as well to the policy making, and we are trying to facilitate forward dialogues between creative cultural industries professionals, experts, and policy makers. So our first experience in arts and health sector was this nice and little project. We piloted several little arts and health interventions together with NDPHS. And then we got as well into one study as a partners that was commissioned by the European Commission. And the lead partner was Culture Action Europe, and that was like quite important study that was made at that time, and it was straight after this famous WHO study. And at the end of this process, we had few recommendations. Culture for health, how to support this sector. So in here you see 6 policy recommendations, and if you are curious, interested into this research, you can go to this link and read more. And actually I must say that all those recommendations and statements within that study, we are working daily according to this, because we really emphasize and believe that culture and creative area is not just complementary to health, but we are essential component of individual and community well-being, and we are like an equal partners. So this cross-sectoral perspective, how it looks into the practice. Here is a nice graph from the study that was commissioned by NDPC, and it was made by Joanna Kuzmin-Karayev. And here you see how many elements are necessary to really have a decent this ecosystem for the cross-sectoral cooperation. And I think these elements are super relevant as well to the cultural sector. And you see, beside like policy, funding instruments, we need as well education, training, research institutions, incubators, and other active elements there to support really the ecosystem. Very diverse regional, local, and national efforts are being upscaled and placed in an international context thanks to actually EU funding. And we at NDPC, we acknowledge that the main driver of change is this bottom-up activities. And we are endorsing these cases and evidence, and we believe that this can draft further policies at the national and regional level as well. And I think this Arts and Prescription project is a bright example how these things are being moved on. But I would love as well just to illustrate a bit how we work with arts and health topic, and just to give you a few little inspiration from the European level, just a short insight into our projects that are co-founded by the European Union Creative Europe program. By the way, if you have any bright idea, please prepare project application for the next call, because this program is really the one who supports arts and health project. So Awake Arts and Wellbeing as a Creative Business and Future Livelihood is the project led by NDPC together with the partners. The project has been concluded already, and scanning QR code you can go and see more what has been done during this project. And I have a leaflet with me that I can share with you. So there is like the casebook that we elaborated together with experts that show successful cases in arts and health, and they managed to establish great business and earn some money as well. Another project where we are partnering up with 7 more partners in Europe is led by Cluj Cultural Center, and the project is named CARE. CARE harnesses the power of the arts and culture to bring people together, support mental well-being, so we speak about mental well-being more here, and foster new ways of caring for ourselves and others. So, and how we do, we are having such an elements as awareness-raising campaigns, mobile hubs, workshops, panel discussions, trainings, innovative labs. So one of these labs will take place in Vilnius this spring, that is hosted by NDPC, and another in September 2026 in Riga, in cooperation with New Theatre Institute. So please stay tuned and follow us on social media. Another project where NDPC is partner is Culture and Health Platform project. This is a project led by Culture Action Europe, and this is the initiative that was designed to support more than 200 European emerging artists that are working in the intersection of arts and health. There we provide grants, mobility opportunities. Then we have as well in 10 countries national focal points, and in Latvia it's us, where you can address to have more information on the ongoing activities or to come up with some initiatives or ideas. So, and we are as well the ones who are helping together to build up this sustainable network of the actors who are working in arts and in the realms of arts and health sector. And then another project that we are really happy and proud of, the project that is led by the Latvian Academy of Culture, is the training program that is inclusive well-being through arts and culture in the Baltics. And this is really, I think, a milestone as well in the regional context, that together with partners, Academy of Culture built up and launched training program for the cultural and health sector practitioners who wants to work with arts and health projects. So, and this is really something that is necessary, this knowledge creation, professional capacity building. So this is something that we are proud to be a part of. And I think this course started already a few weeks ago, and I think it will change a lot the ecosystem as well here in Latvia and in the Baltics. So, to conclude, you saw how really diverse concepts, but the focus here is always the same. We are trying to upscale these regional initiatives to international level and make them more impactful, because we believe really that this bottom-up approach is the one that can bring the change within the sector. Thank you.
So, thank you very much, our dear guests. Thank you, Neil. Thank you, Ola, Karin. Thank you, Dace. And we do have some little gifts for your time, for your sharing, for your experience. Please, girls, can we ask you to come on the stage? And some small gifts from organizers, from Cēsīs, from Saldus. Thank you. Mums ienāca jautājums, bet ņemot vērā, ka mēs bišķiņi esam laika trūkumā, tad es kādā pauzītē mēģināšu uzdot šo jautājumu. Actually, that's it. I just mentioned to the audience, we do have one question, but actually, sorry, we are late for the time and we need to move on. And the next guests are online at the moment, so we are saying once again, thank you and all the best. And yeah, let all the plans come true. Paldies! Pirms mēs pieslēdzamies patiesībā nākamajam mūsu viesim, kas būs tieši saitē, es teicu, ka būs nedaudz.
Before we connect to our next speaker online, I promised you a little assignment online. Would you please scan the QR code on the screen and share your emotions to continue this sentence, culture and health is ... And at some moment we will share your thoughts about what you think, what you feel when culture and health meet hand in hand. But we will continue with our next speaker, next guest, who we hope has connected to us online, and we will hear about the common trends of European countries, and we will hear about the experience of a country where cooperation of culture and health is supported on national level, and it will be the experience of France, Finland and Lithuania. And our first speaker is Bruno Gallis, who has connected to us online. Let us hear to Bruno's presentation, and perhaps you will have questions when you hear about France's experience.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much.
Do you hear us well?
Yeah, perfectly. Thank you.
Okay, we are hearing you as well too.
I'm very happy to be here today. Thank you for this kind invitation. As you just said, I work for the French Ministry of Culture in a region which is pretty much a vast area stretching from the center of France to the border of Switzerland and Italy. And so, yeah, one of my mission is to support culture and health initiatives. So today, I'd like to give you an overview of how our policy works in France. And it's pretty much a story that began 30 years ago at the end of the 90s. So culture and health in France, it's first built on a national partnership between Ministry of Culture and Ministry of Health. This collaboration is formalized through what we call in France a national convention on culture and health. So pretty much it's a policy framework that shares objectives, methods, and implementation on monitoring tools. Over the past decades, France has signed 3 national conventions. The first one, at the end of the 90s, focused on bringing art into hospitals. The goal was to encourage dialogue between healthcare and cultural professional, and to make possible for artists to intervene in care settings. The period also saw the creation of cultural coordination positions in hospitals in order to anchor the policy locally. The second convention extended the approach to the medical social setting, especially in nursing homes. And it brings another idea of connection between care facilities and the wider community. So the relationship between inside and outside, and the role of the caregivers and families. And the last convention, the third one, that we signed in last July, looks to the future. So it has many new objectives for the next 10 years, and has to, in a way, strengthen cooperation with local and regional authorities, improving the visibility and evaluation of the project, fostering academic research, and creating regional and cultural and health networks to explore new area like prevention or cultural prescription. So the policy in France seems to be really well structured on a national level, but the thing is that the implementation is working on at a regional and a local level, and that's what I would like to emphasize today. So the DRAC, where I work, so it's a regional cultural directorate, and the regional health agency are working together and funding programs in each region to adapt the national policy to local realities and needs. So pretty much each region has some autonomy to define its own model. So for example, the region called Île-de-France, which is the region of Paris, has a label for hospitals called Culture and Health, which it's kind of an award for health structures which are doing a really good job on those kind of initiatives. But in my region, Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes, for example, we fund 3 years cultural season in hospital. So you see, it's pretty much the same way of dealing with the national policy, but with different tools. My region, as you can see here on the map, support dozens of projects each year in hospital, nursing homes, mental health institutions, and social care facilities. They range from theater, dance, music residencies to photography, digital arts, or even design projects. And they share a common ambition, which is to bring culture to people where they are, regardless of their health or life situation. I just would like to give you a really quick glimpse to some kind of project that we are funding here. I won't explain them. It's just here a photograph in some small villages in the Alps, which is doing with prevention and fighting against loneliness. So just a quick glance, and I won't explain anything, but let you enjoy the photographs. And another glimpse on a project, and you will have a video with this PowerPoint, but which is a choreographer dealing in a mental health facility for a project which units professionals and participants as well, and on a specific short movie called Love, 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 and a French nice song. Sorry. Just those two examples to maybe give you the recipe of the condition of success for this kind of project. From experience, the essential ingredients for culture and health projects to succeed are, first of all, time for both sectors to talk, to understand each other and build trust. The worlds of health and healthcare speak different languages, and they don't move at the same pace. So, for example, in my region, when we launch a cultural project, we have 6 month process before the start of the project. So we leave 5 months to learn and prepare and collaborate for every person committed in each project. The second reason is the space for dialogues. We created, for example, local committees and informal gathering every 3 months where artists and healthcare staff can share needs, challenges, and ideas. Then, obviously, it's funding, which are pretty stable in my region. And I've been financially stable for several years, but we are still obviously looking for a new way to support and commit people in these programs. Then, obviously, guidance, technical support, and training, which are the way to deal with all those projects. So, in a word, if I have to summarize the condition of success, it would be cooperation, which is the key word, and maybe one more missing ingredient, which is passion. Because a culture and health project is a co-created venture. It's between an artist and a cultural organization or a care institution designed for a specific place, a specific issue, and a specific group of people. It's in France, culture and health initiatives. It's not about repeating the same activity year after year. It's about creating something unique and meaningful each time. So this approach is deeply connected to the idea of what we call cultural rights, the belief that everyone, whatever their health condition, should have equal access to art and culture. And it's pretty much the public mission of my ministry, Ministry of Culture, to ensure equity across all territories and equal opportunities for all citizens. So, of course, in this policy that has pretty much 30 years old, there are also some paradoxes and some limitation. On paper, this policy seems to be highly structured, but in reality, it was born from the ground, and from the ground up. So it's from the initiative of health care professional and artists in the late 90s who believe in the transformative power of culture. This grassroots energy is still what drives the movement today. And at the same time, our model, rooted in the idea of universal rights, tend also to invest less in monitoring, evaluation, and research. So we still need today to strengthen those aspects, measuring impact, sharing knowledge, and connecting more with university and international networks like today. So to conclude, I would say that the French culture and health model is both a policy framework and a human adventure. It combines structure and freedom, national coordination, but also local creativity. What makes it work are not only the laws and the conventions, but the relationship, the time spent together, and yes, maybe the passion that keeps artists and caregivers collaborating, experimenting, and dreaming together. Because at the end of the day, culture is not a luxury, it's a right, and also a vital force that helps us to stay connected, to stay curious, and maybe to stay alive. Thank you.
Bruno, merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup for sharing your experience in France, and hopefully our eyes and ears have heard and seen you in this short but really worthwhile presentation. So thank you very much again and have a great day.
Thank you.
Nu, ko lieliski, ka mums šādas tehnoloģiskās iespējas ir arī paviesoties un dzirdēt viesus no plašās pasaules, šajā gadījumā no Francijas, un redzēt ar vienu burvju mājienu, mēs tūdaļ pat no Francijas dodamies pie mūsu ziemeļu kaimiņiem tepat uz Somiju, un tiešsaitē mums tūlītās pieslēgsies arī nākamais lektors Olli Raukolainens, kurš padalīsies ar Somijas pieredzi, kas ir tepat pāri Baltijas jūrai, un ja mums atliks laiks, tad droši arī mēs uzdosim mūsu somu kolēģim kādu jautājumu, un es skatos, ka vēl pagaidām tiešsaites darbā neviens, vai arī vēl līdz manim nav atnācis, kā jūs raksturotu veselību ar mākslu, kas sajiet kopā, kas jūsuprāt tas ir. Tā kā viss man ir planšetdatorā redzams, būtu interesanti padalīties kopā ar jums. So, we are going to continue, and we have online Olli. Olli, hello.
Hello, good morning.
Do you hear us? Do you see us? We hear and see you very well.
Yes, I hear you and I see you.
Okay, we are ready to get the information and knowledges from the Finland experience and cooperation with the government. Please, welcome.
Thank you. Do you see my presentation at the moment?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so I work at the Center for Cultural Policy Research, Kultūra, in Finland, and in recent years we have done several research and evaluation projects on arts, health and well-being, and or cultural well-being. We use the concept cultural well-being in Finland, and I'm going to talk about the observations, or some of the observations that me and my colleagues have made during our research. And the aim of this presentation is very briefly to shed light on the cultural well-being activities in Finland and to examine some observed strengths and weaknesses. I'm going to talk about, firstly, essential steps in developing cultural well-being in Finland. Secondly, I'm going to talk about cultural well-being in practice and on the local level and regional level. Then I'm going to continue to challenges and strengths of cultural well-being activity, and I'm going to conclude with some recommendations based on the research that we have done in Kultūra. Now, this picture has a lot of information in it, but during the last 15 years or so, the field of cultural well-being activities has developed quite substantially in Finland and become more professionalized. Now, I don't want you to remember every detail of this picture, but just some key points. First of all, cultural well-being has been mentioned in government programs and other strategic level documents. It has been included to some laws and as well as data gathering instruments, national data gathering instruments and steering systems. Now, there's also been throughout these years cooperation of two key ministries, Ministry of Education and Culture and Ministry of Social Affairs and Health, in the so-called Thai cooperation groups. And thirdly, there has also been various hands-on development projects and building networks kind of on the grassroots level and assigning development roles to certain organizations such as Finnish Institute for Health and Welfare and Arts and Health Coordination Center in Finland and its regional networks, and Arts Promotion Center Finland, and so on. But there has been gradual but constant development throughout the years. Now, there has been a major change in the organization of health and social services. The responsibility for organizing health and social services were transferred from municipality level to self-governing well-being services counties, and this has broke networks, connections, and practices, especially on the regional, local level, when doing the actual work of cultural well-being. And this has meant a shift from municipal intra-organizational interfaces to boundaries between local and regional level organizations. And what actually happens at the current situation on the regional and local level is kind of bit of this kind of messy picture, but there are basically three types of actors or operators. There are those who actually produce the content and make art, the artists. Then there are various mediating and developing actors such as associations, informal networks, municipalities, regional councils, and so on, and the associations focusing on health and social care activities. And then there are the well-being services counties that are kind of this big black box at the moment. And there are emerging solutions for procuring and offering cultural well-being services to the well-being services counties. But at the moment, the connections between these three types of actors are still quite random and informal in a negative way, so to speak. But based on our research that we have done in Kultūra, there are 4 persistent challenges of cultural well-being activity in Finland. There is lack of basic funding. The funding is mainly from the cultural sector itself. There are funding sources from health and social sector, but they are not significant enough. And this leads to the second problem, emphasis on projects and short-term funding. There is not enough long-term development of the cultural well-being field. And thirdly, there is insufficient coordination, especially on the regional level. There is not enough information and data gathered. Actors don't know what other activities are going on. And activities are based on informal cooperation and networks mostly. And fourthly, there is also a lack of competence in the procurement of cultural services in the health and social care sector. It is perhaps can be due to attitudes and awareness, but also a lack of formal guidelines and procedures, although there are regional variations in this regard. But to say some key points of our research, the cultural well-being in Finland is agile and also fragile. There is cooperation and development on various administrative levels, and it drives the field forward. There are strategic aims and steering kind of systems, but perhaps not sufficient enough. And the operating conditions of the cultural well-being field are still quite random. There are regional variations in funding, variations in strategic awareness of health and social sector actors, and operating models also vary between regions. And the well-being services counties reform, as I said, has produced a turning point. It offers an opportunity for further development, but on the other hand, it could endanger some of the things that we have already achieved in the cultural well-being field. Well, the structures have changed, and funding is unfortunately expected to diminish or stay the same, but the agility part of all this is that active individuals and their networks still persist, and they continue to develop the cultural well-being field in Finland. But some recommendations based on the research that we have done in Kultūra. Decision-making, funding, coordination, commissioning. We have learned that cultural well-being needs to become a fixed element in decision-making and steering systems, and its significance should be made clearer to the decision makers and to the politicians on the national and regional level. Permanent funding solutions should be found where the health and social services sector has a much stronger role than it has at the moment. Cultural well-being activities should be coordinated more effectively, and in Finland this means especially at the regional level, at the level of well-being services counties. And finally, the commissioning or procurement competencies in the health and social sector also still need developing, although there has been improvement, and actors in the sector still need a better understanding of the impacts and significance of cultural well-being activities. But I think this sums up my presentation. Thank you very much at this point.
Thank you, Ole. Varbūt bišķi mums laiks ir, varbūt kādam rodas kāds jautājums, ko mēs tieši sēdē Olem varam uzdot. I'm just asking if there is...
Perhaps you have any questions so that we could ask them online. We don't see any hands.
Let Ole go. Okay. Ole, thank you very much for sharing your experience in Finland and have a great day. Greetings to your colleagues.
Paldies, Ole, par to, ko jūs mums pastāstījāt, un lai jums jauka diena Somijā. Paldies!
Lieliski! No tiešsaites atgriežamies šeit Cēsu koncerta zālē, un šobrīd es aicināšu man pievienoties uz skatuves.
So we are back from our online,
kura padalīsies ar mums.
And Egla Sadargaite will share with us what is happening with the culture and health program in Lithuania.
Egle?
Labdien, Egle!
This is labas dienas already, or still labas rītas. Labas rītas.
Good morning.
I'll take you a chair, no?
Then you have to stand.
I will.
I can stand.
You can sit.
Okay, thank you. Well, first of all, it's a privilege to be here, really. It's a privilege to be among the community, having the same vision, sharing the same vision that culture is an essential element of a well-being of a human being. And actually, well, it's such a pleasure to be in Cēsīs in this concert hall. I remember we came with colleagues from the ministry and the Ministry of Culture to Cēsīs and other cities where concert halls were built some 10 years ago maybe. And we were so jealous what you Latvians did with the EU funding, that you invested in culture, not in motorways and asphalt, what is the usual practice to invest EU funding in Lithuania. So at least we said that, okay, we in Lithuania will build a motorway to the Latvian border, so all Lithuanians who wants to listen to the quality music and be in those beautiful concert halls can come more quickly here. Well, so again, today I'm going to speak about social prescribing model in Lithuania, and I'll be quite critical. It's good to be critical about oneself, but I also will be fair and honest about our mistakes, because we are learning from mistakes. We're trying to do the system, to make the system more flexible and less bureaucratic. Social prescribing program in Lithuania is dedicated for elderly people. So the target audience those who retired, who are pensioners, people reaching the age of 65 and above. And as many colleagues already mentioned here, the goal of social prescribing is to improve psychological and mental health of this target group, and involve them in artistic or cultural activities, but also other sorts of activities in the community. It could be also sports, it could be, for example, computer skills club, or it could be swimming pool or else. So it's social prescribing, it's not arts on prescription, so it's larger. But however, I have to say, I am quite proud to say that the cultural services within this model are much more developed or much more available in Lithuania. Well, we have money for that still. I don't know about tomorrow. Today we still have money. Now, as Niels and Ulla Karen referred to evidence, to statistics proving that participation, cultural involvement does make a change on the mental health of a human being, of the citizen, in order to get some funding, in order to put this challenge within the strategic planning system of the state, we had to collect evidence, we had to do analysis, and it was clear that, it's not only in Lithuania, everywhere in Europe we have negative demographic change, negative demographic trends, and we are aging population. And in Lithuania, we are very much below the EU average if we consider mental health of the elderly people, or their involvement, participation in social activities, or their social skills. For example, the social activity of older people is significantly lower than EU average. We brought up those data and evidence at the government's level, and also we had some data collected from international practices concerning possible solutions, like social prescribing or arts on prescription models. And we meaning the Ministry of Culture, colleagues who were devoted to develop this model since 2022. Some characteristics, they were mentioned here already by other colleagues speaking before me, but just to sum up what characteristics have to be manifested by the target group who are recipients of social prescribing. So as I mentioned, those are retired people, elderly people, 65 and more, but also basic characteristics are social isolation. It might occur because they live in remote areas, they live in villages. Those people might say that they don't have relatives anymore, or relatives do not visit them. They lack independent living skills. Also, they say, and usually they say to family doctors, that they experiencing some anxiety or depression, or they have sleeping problems, memory loss. Also, target audience, they includes people who care for somebody in the family who's seriously ill and they have symptoms of depression because of their situation. And all those people, they frequently come to the general practitioner with their problems. So they might not have any evident physical condition, but they come to the clinic, they come to the family doctor, and they say that they have an issue. And of course, all this situation means that there is a lot of pressure on the health system. Now, the solution, the authors, Mr. Mayor said, oh, how good you Lithuanians secured state financing for this model. Yes, we secured state financing today for the social prescribing, but as you see, this schematic procedure we developed in Lithuania from the macro level to the single project promoter, that's a bureaucratic maze. It's sometimes a nightmare for a project promoter because social prescribing in Lithuania is implemented, and we have a mandate from the government at the Ministry of Culture and at the Ministry of Health. So there are two ministries participating in this model, but each ministry has its own regulations. Each ministry has separate administration system. For example, Ministry of Health, they pay salaries for the social prescribing coordinators in the public health bureaus in the municipalities. We, Ministry of Culture, we pay only, or we compensate only for the cultural service. We set criteria. We have application forms. We have monitoring sheets. We have Excel forms. And organizations who are small NGOs in the region, well, they are saying, well, look, what do you want from us? You want a quality service, or you want us to fill Excel sheets every month and prove that we did what we did? So there are rules to play, and actually that's a bigger challenge also for policymakers. I will sum up what challenges I am referring to. How to simplify, because people, they are doing a good job. They believe in what they are doing, and all this bureaucratic machinery is not helping them actually. So to sum up what I was referring to at the policy level, today we have to admit we lack systematic coherence and sustainability. We finance on 1 year basis, so we don't know how we will be financing the model next year. We have a lot, piles of documentation, what I already said, to fill in for project promoters, also to be filled in and submitted by the administering bodies. Unfortunately, the Ministry of Social Affairs is not on board, and it would be very helpful because through the Social Affairs Ministry, we could have involved social workers in the regions and the municipalities, and those people could have helped to reach the most vulnerable people in the regions, which is not really the case at the moment. Well, financing comes from different measures, and different measures, they have their own regulations. The involvement of the municipalities themselves is very weak. For example, people who really need prescribing might live in the villages or remote areas, and they need transport to come to the service place. And the transportation could have been provided by the municipalities themselves, because we, Ministry of Culture, we do not pay for transport. So it means target audience, they have to come to the cultural institution themselves by their own means. Okay, so this was about the policy challenges, a little bit about implementation challenges. So what you see, social prescribing model from the point of view of those who implement the projects. Again, it's the ideal system. Ideal system is that elderly person, retired person with the symptoms or with the issues I already pointed out comes to the general practitioner, and general practitioner writes a prescription. In reality, general practitioner recommends or has to recommend for that person not to take a pill, but to go to certain community cultural activities, sports. And then this person goes to the coordinator in the municipality who works as a facilitator. And then facilitator has to register and collect the groups of people and send them to the activity place. But what we're missing here? We're missing family doctors. We did a survey and we found out that only 1% of the participants of cultural or social prescription projects were sent from the family doctor. So family doctors are not aware at all that this system exists. And well, we are trying, researching and analyzing why it happens and how to get more involvement. So again, I skip this. Again, to sum up the implementation challenges, and it's important to know. So, very weak involvement of medical institutions, so there is no prescription in reality. Then the coordinators' goals, so the people, the coordinators who are paid by the Ministry of Health, and they work at the public health bureaus in the municipalities. They are key figures in the procedures. They also are not very sustainable because they don't know that today they know what to do and the next day they don't know what their job is. Because the model functions like, on yearly basis. So sometimes they are not very much motivated, and the problem is that they don't know the project, the service providers in the region. So sometimes they have this issue, which group goes where. And sometimes it works, sometimes it's not. Accessibility. And that's perhaps the major issue in also together with the involvement of medical institutions, that by now we didn't manage to reach really vulnerable people, the ones who have symptoms, the ones who are lonely. A majority of prescription participants, they are quite active, retired people who come to the libraries or museums anyway. And they come to the activities because they've seen a poster somewhere in the library, and they come, but do not refer and do not come from the coordinators system. And you cannot chase them away. If there is a person who wants to participate, he or she has a right to be there. So that's a model which is not perfect at the moment because, we have participants, but how to involve the most vulnerable ones who really needs prescribing, we are still looking for the solution. Yeah, and yes, I think I am running out of time, so that's my last slide, just to let you know how we proceeded in Lithuania. So we secured the strategic framework and the financing for the measure in 2022. Then in 2023, we launched what we call pilot project. And it was not financed. We just appealed to cultural institutions, to museums, to concert halls, to theaters, which were subordinated to the Ministry of Culture. And we asked them, could you please pay more attention or develop services or adapt the actual service, your actual services for the target audience we have in mind, so for the retired people, 65 and above, and then come back to us and report about your success, about your advices, about the involvement, about what services were successful and what do we need to foresee if we are going to finance the model next year. So it was very successful. A lot of institutions joined, even though they were not paid. They developed the services and they provided it to the target audience. Then in last year, we had an open call. We had an open call in the municipalities. 13 municipalities could have applied, so means that cultural and arts institutions could have applied for funding for social prescription initiatives. And it was successful, but what we realized that some projects were quite weak in quality. And this was an administrative and bureaucratic nightmare because the administrating agency had to fill in applications for some participants. They had themselves to fill in reports for some participants to help them because, a lot of organizations, small organizations, very devoted to the vision organizations, they lacked skills to apply for state funding. So again, in 2025, what happened, the agency which administered the model, they said, we're not doing this anymore. Take it from us because we can't do it anymore. It's too much workload. So this year the ministry administers the model, and we have 11 predefined projects run by state libraries and national state museums, and up to now it seems much better quality projects, but still it's not covered in Lithuanian territories. So we reach only big cities and audiences in big cities. So we are thinking about next year. We are learning from what we are doing, but hopefully we can improve it and make it less bureaucratic, as I said at the beginning, and we have to give the credit to those organizations who manage to provide services, artistic, cultural services to the vulnerable people, to people who need that prescribing without any state funding. And there are a lot of those organizations. So I really have to say that, well, it's good to have funding at macro level, but there are still a lot of many devoted organizations who are continue doing their work, and hopefully they will be doing it in the future. So thank you very much. Once again, thank you for inviting me here. Thank you, organizers, and all the best success with the rest of the conference.
Ačiū, Egle. Thank you very much to you for sharing the experience with our neighbors Lithuania. Šobrīd man ir patīkama ziņa, visas ziņas būs patīkamas šajā rītā un šajā dienā. Kafijas pauzīte līdz 11. Tā kā droši dodamies papildināt kafijas krūzīs.
Now inviting you for a coffee break.
Uzlikt uz ekrāna vienu no slaidām. Mākoņiem, kur jūs padalījāties ar savām sajūtām.
I would like to show the Slido where you shared your opinion on culture and well-being overall. If you don't manage to have your coffee within 20 minutes, don't worry, you can take your coffee cups and your lunch plates with you. So have a nice rest, and we shall meet each other here at 11 sharp.
Sveiciens visiem klātesošajiem un arī tie, kuri mūs skatās un klausās tiešsaitē LSM LV, kā arī Cēsu novada Facebook lapas online un Saldus novada YouTube kanāla online. Nākamā tēma mums šodien būs nosūtījums uz kultūras aktivitātēm vai angliski Arts on Prescription, kā viens modelis kultūras un veselības nozara sadarbība.
Topic is Art on Prescription as a uniform model for the cooperation of healthcare and culture. And this model has been created in the UK some time ago, where the main idea was to prescribe cultural activities in groups to various patients for improvement of their physical and mental health. In the Interreg project, Arts on Prescription 2023-2025, this model was applied to a number of countries in the Baltic Sea and Nordic region. In the following section, we will hear the experience of some of the participant countries, among them Denmark and Poland. And our next speaker is Millie Keely Jensen from Odense Municipality, Project Coordinator on Arts on Prescription in the Baltic Sea region.
Oh, thank you very much. Good morning, or good afternoon, everybody. Yes, my name is Millie Keely Jensen, and I'm here representing Odense Municipality. We are one of the partners in the Arts on Prescription in the Baltic Sea region, which I'm going to give you an introduction to now. We are actually the lead partner, and the project involves 7 countries across the Baltic Sea region, starting in Denmark, Sweden, Finland, Lithuania, Latvia, Poland, and Germany. We are 13 partners in all. We have representatives from municipalities, from regions, and from non-governmental organizations. We have from educational and research institutions, and we also have from intergovernmental organizations, as well as education and training centers. And why Arts on Prescription in the Baltic Sea region? Well, we have noticed across the Baltic Sea there has been some areas that have been working on pilot projects, and unfortunately they have not resulted in sustainable programs, and this is mainly due to lack of financial mechanisms and also a lack of public authorities, health and culture sectors having the know-how how to establish and implement long-term AOP programs. So the aim of our project has been to provide key employees within municipalities, regions and NGOs insights and knowledge on how to establish and implement AOP programs, as well as provide decision and policymakers with evidence-based material to aid them in the decision-making processes, along with policy recommendations for AOP programs, initiatives for local, regional and national level. And how are we going to do that? As you can see, this slide does a lot more than the other previous slides, and that's because we've been very busy. What we wanted to do is to increase the knowledge base, because this was one of the problems we had identified, and we were going to do this by the partners had developed a generic AOP program in which they were going to be piloting over a 1-year period to find how this could be done. We also provided one-to-one twinning with cities in our national areas, as well as created an Arts on Prescription guide. To establish long-term engagement in AOP programs, we have, the partners have developed an evaluation framework, and this is to provide some research of the 8 piloting programs and also some action plans into how can one, after the piloting programs, create sustainable mechanisms for AOP, long-term AOP programs. And of course, we have also developed a Find a Mentor directory, and this is from people that have been working with Arts on Prescription around the Baltic Sea region, in which one can help other people on their AOP journey. And also we are in continual dialogue with national and regional stakeholders in advocating for AOP to help the citizens' mental health being and well-being. Yes. What I'm going to tell you about today is very much how we developed our generic program and also the Arts and Prescription Guide. These are the two main products we have done in relation to increase the knowledge base in the Baltic Sea region. So if I tell you about the generic AOP program, in the Baltic Sea region, the partners have decided it was for people with or at risk of developing a mental health issue. People at risk could be people that have had a death in the family, have bereavement. It could be that they're in the middle of a divorce, they could have sick children, they could be sick themselves. And this can be a factor for their mental health. And people with mental health depression, it has been very much stress, anxiety, and mild to moderate depression. And the AOP Baltic model, as we call it, because it is the generic program that has been developed in the partnership, has been piloted in 8 different sites in 5 countries, which you can see here. We have piloted in Unse, and we also piloted in Norrbotten in Sweden, and here in Latvia, in Cēsīs or Saldus. And also Poland, in West Pomeran, or media design as the only non-governmental organization has implemented it, and in Germany, the city of Bremen. Part of the generic program has very much been how to set up the organizational framework. In the Baltic Sea region project, it was mandatory that everybody had a steering group. It was not mandatory if you had a working group or not. This was very much based on local partners. Some did and some didn't. But what was very much core for the implementation is, of course, that we have a collaboration with referral channels and the culture and art facilitators. And of course, it's very important we have participants to enjoy the program. If we look at the exact program design, as we call the Baltic model, it is an 8 to 12 week program. It can be for 2 to 3 hours, 1 to 3 times a week. It normally has about 8 to 14 participants per AOP cycle. And the arts and prescription activities tend to be theatre, music, art, crafts, literature. So it's very broad activities that the participants experience. Then we have the link worker, as in some places they might call a coordinator. In some places, and in the majority, is the link worker actually is at all the activities with the participants. They are the support network for the participants, the contact person, and they help the culture and arts facilitators if there is a situation where the participants need extra support. Yes. So if we just look at the participants' pathway, the individual comes through a referral channel. A referral channel can be a general practitioner, somebody working in rehabilitation services. It can be also somebody from the job centre, a social worker, and in some cases can also be teachers if you're working with the educational sector. And then the referral channel sends the participant to the link worker, and again, as I said, the link worker will either accompany the participant to the programme or will refer them to the programme where the culture and arts facilitator will receive them. Once the AOP programme cycle is over, we have really tried our best in the Baltic model that we support the participants after the termination of the programme. And this is to try and get them into citizen-driven activities, social activities, or maybe into other culture activities, all depending on what the individual themselves would like. The target groups we have worked with in the project has been very, very broad. We have worked with adults with mild to moderate mental health issues. We have worked with young people from 16 to 29 years of age. We have worked with mixed groups, which has been groups with different backgrounds and different age spans. So it has been very broad. And we have worked with men experiencing life crisis. Some were going through a divorce, some had illness in the family, and some had also experienced bereavement. We've had new country residents, which has actually something that was quite successful, as it gave them an introduction to their new home and the cultural aspects of that country. And we've had also working women, and of course nursing home residents. And this is something that we have been working a little bit with in Denmark, but we have been very inspired by what they've been doing here in Cēsīs, and we hope to be doing a little bit more about that. Yes, that is basically the whole generic program and what we've been doing, and we have been, as I said, piloted it in 8 different places, 3 times each. So we've had 24 pilot programs throughout that 1 year, and we have gained a lot of best practices, we've gained a lot of learnings, and we have developed, and because of that, we have developed an arts and prescription guide. So this I would like to introduce you to. This is very much a co-creation of the whole partnership. We have developed it, as I said, in the as a co-creative process, and the guide is based on learnings, best practices, literature, and tools. So this is a very practical guide. And as you can see, some of you have a little pixie guide, which is a little introduction to the actual online guide. The online guide is very comprehensive. There's a lot more information, so we would encourage you to go therein and have a look at that. And yeah, this is the landing page. This is the landing page of the guide, and as you can see, there is 3 entry points to the guide. It's divided into 3 different parts, and that is so that sorry, I can see the other scene here. That is because we have one for the project manager and link worker, and then we've also got for the culture and art facilitators. And of course, a decision maker might not want to read all the practical things in an AOP guide, so we have also a special section there. When you press on the entry point that best suits your profession, you will come into this front page. And as you can see, all the themes are slightly different depending on your profession. And we have tried to mainstream it very much to what would be applicable to you. We have sent it out to experts, the guide, we have fold reviewed, we have taken in their feedback. So the guide is very actual and very useful, is the general consensus we have received today, or received back. Sorry, I'm mixing my languages up. And as you can see, when you come into each theme, there is different chapters. And if we take, for example, developing your AOP program, you can see there is 4 or 5 different chapters in there. Once you click on this one of the chapters, then you will come into what we call subchapters. On one side, and on the left-hand side, you can always flick back to all the themes, or you can flick up and down between all the different chapters. So it is quite easy to navigate. And yeah, and I think the last slide I have is this one, and this is to say that I'd like to take the opportunity to everybody that has reviewed the guide, both within the project partnership, but also to all them outside of the project partnership. And I would also like to say that it has been a pleasure working with all the partners on this guide, and we would very much like to say, please reach out if you need any help. There is a lot of people here on this screen that is listed in the Find a Mentor directory, and would be more willing to help you on your own AOP journey if you need some advice on the matter. So I think that's all I have to share today. So thank you for your time, and thank you for inviting me.
Emilia, thank you very much.
And let us speak to a colleague who is going to speak about the experiences in the West Pomeranian region. We have Marta Cieszilska.
Hello, nice to see you, and very happy to see you here in our conference. So the stage is yours now.
Okay, Thank you very much. So I didn't understand anything, so I'll start with, again, my name is Marta Ciesielska and I work for the West Pomerania region, so it's regional administration. And I really understand that decision makers are mostly focusing on infrastructure projects because my background is connected with the European transport corridors and motorways of the sea. But I still also believe that this type of projects are equally important because these are about people. And in our case, those were young people from the smaller city in our region, which have to deal with the problems in their life. In many cases, they think about suicide every day. They cut themselves. They don't want to get up in the morning because they don't see the future for them. So we try to show them there is another way, and they don't have to use only internet as to find the source of culture. They can meet culture even in their small cities. The important for us was also involve the immigrants from those cities, because as you can imagine, we have lots of young immigrants from Ukraine now, and they feel very lonely. Even if our culture is very close and they understand Polish very well, they feel lonely, and their family situation is in many ways difficult. So in each group you had also some Ukrainian young people who also work with us. And what I want to mention, you will see photos from our workshop, and you will see smiles on those photos, but it's only because those photos are from the end of the program, not at the beginning, because at the beginning it was very hard to convince young people not only to smile, but also to take a photo of them, because they were afraid that, like in Polish mentality, you don't talk about your mental health. You shouldn't express that you have problems. You should fight with your problem by yourself. And now we have lots of campaigns in Poland about mental health, and I think it's a great time also for AOP to join these campaigns and change the situation in Poland. So Minnie mentioned about the general program, and we choose to organize workshop for 8 weeks, but we organize 2 blocks each time. We had a smaller group and bigger group, it depends on the school. We worked with the school, so our link workers was school psychologists who helped us to choose the right people to join the group, but we had also some participants who heard about the program and came by themselves. We used 11 art facilitators because we want to show young people that they can have possibility to work with younger artists, but also older from different areas. We even had one workshop with the mountain climber, who is also a book writer, because he was talking about his passion and how you can connect art passion and build your internal health. And as our whole idea for the program was connected with the musical, and it was called Musical Vertigo, we have different type of arts connected with the musical. So it was acting, theater, education, it was dance, singing, and others which help them understand how to improve their skills. But this was not the aim. The aim was to make them more happy and believing that they have a future for them. And okay, next slide. Okay, so I want to talk also about the challenges, because this type of activities, so art-based social prescribing, is something new in Poland. It was very hard at the beginning for us to convince any school, any county in our region to join the program. So first of all, we had to take this time to raise awareness. Then we could convince next schools to join the program, and it was easier because if we lack of arguments, they just could call to the previous program, and it was much easier for us. We also couldn't find the right referral channels. That's why I mentioned that we used school psychologists, because we believe that those are people who know the students the best. We didn't know how to attract participants. You know, young people now sometimes are not interested in doing anything. They just want to stay in the virtual world. So it was hard to us to convince them to leave their cell phones, and they need to participate. So at the beginning, they weren't so active. But as we gave them a chance to influence on the program. So we ask them about the breaks, what they want to do, what they don't want to do. They start to own the program. So they feel more involved and decide to stay till the end. We choose, as I mentioned, we choose smaller cities in our region, so we had also the problem that we need to do some activities 3 times, but we decided about this because there was a second pilot in our region, which was mentioned by Mili, organized by Media Design Association, and it was organized in our capital city. So we want to, at the end, we want to show the decision maker that needs of young people in capital city and outside the capital city are similar, but the solution needs to be different. We had also this problem that during a second round of the pilot, we also meet the new law in Polish, which was dedicated to the organizing workshop at the schools. But it wasn't so problematic, because when people like the results of the program, they were school directors, everyone were willing to help us, because they already have seen the results and how young people change during this 8 weeks. Language barriers was mostly connected with these participants from Ukraine who didn't want to speak in Polish at the beginning of the program, but then we found a solution how to connect with them. Now we believe that the biggest problem is how to prepare our facilitator for a future, because we want to continue the program, and we believe that art facilitator should be prepared for this emotional instability of the participants, and we want to help them to understand how to deal, because of course they can run the workshop from the artistic part, but they also have to think about the mental stability of the participants. So what we learned, so it's very important that participants need to connect. So I think it was proposed also from other countries that at the beginning you have to organize workshops where participants meet each other. Even if we choose a small city and one school, in Polish school there are school complexes in smaller city, and in each school complex there are 3 different schools that they don't share a building, so participants don't know each other. So you need to take this time to help them to know each other and understand that nobody there wants to do something against them. Then, yes, we believe that it's important to introduce the rules which they need to meet, because thanks to that they feel more involved in the program, but also know what they cannot do and why it's so important. And because young people felt that 2 workshops per week is too much for them, we decided to organize 2 blocks, one day always on Monday, and it was a great solution for them, because they told us that on Monday they feel the worst. I mean, they had the biggest depression because school week starts, so it was like extra time for them to prepare themselves for the school week. Yeah, we believe that link workers should be present on each workshop because it helps us to understand the needs, how to improve the program, but also help participants with any issue they have. And we had something like heart attack and some other problems. So it's important that except our facilitator, who is like leading the workshop, there is someone else who can help in such cases. Yeah, the breaks are very important because this is the time when this group can really connect, and they can build this bridge which stays after the program is finished. And for young people, the social group was very important because we ended the pilot almost half a year, but they are still are together on this group, and they still ask about something which is important, and they still can connect. And I still have 1 minute. So how will you use it? So our region decided we have also another task which is important, to raise awareness about this type of solution in Poland. So I want to show you some pictures from the event which we organized. So we start in 2023 in November with the event which was organized locally in our city, just to show that we start to implement such a program and raise awareness. So I found 5 people who already done something like similar in our region, and I was surprised because it was a very rainy day in November, and we had like 150 people in the room who was willing listening about this initiative, so it was great. Then we have some workshops for the representatives of Ukraine cities and regions. Then we had, I had a presentation, and also our art facilitator presentation Bielsko-Biała, which is in other part of Poland on the international conference. Then another event in Gdańsk, so another part of Poland, when we have not only the presentation but also AOP in practice, when our art facilitators organize activities for the participants. And the last event was also in our region, in city, during the week of the not governmental organization. We made this stand and workshop for everybody who would be interested in implementing AOP in the future. So we mixed young people with the people who see the future in programs like this, and we have like more than 100 people who were interested in the subject. So thank you very much. It was a very fast presentation. Thank you very much.
I thought I'm speaking really fast, but you so do. Thank you very much for your sharing the experience, and thank you for everything you do there in Poland. Some gifts from our organizers as well. Ok, mēs turpināsim tālāk, un tā, jūs nāciet šurp, un es nostāšos starp jums tikai un vienīgi iemeslu dēļ, tāpēc, ka uz skatuves ir divas baibas, Roza un Aboliņa, un šoreiz pastāstīsim par nosūtījumus muzeju, un arī padalīsieties ar programmas kultūras moderātori Baiba Roze. Labrīt, vai labdien, un Baiba Aboliņa Cēsīs novada sociālā dienas
to a museum this time. And good morning, Baiba and Baiba. Baiba Roze and Baiba Aboliņa.
Paldies, meitenes, un tagad laiks jūs ēst, lūdzu.
A link worker and social worker for family and child support from Cēsīs. Yes, athletes say that it's easier to play on your own field, and I still feel a bit more nervous than when I have to present elsewhere. But today I will tell you about the experience of Cēsīs participating in AOP program, and my wonderful colleague will tell you what it meant practically. And in Cēsīs region, the name of the program was Prescription to a Museum. We all see culture as a safe, accessible environment for everyone, where everyone can fortify their well-being and mental health. And in the pictures, you can see part of our wonderful participants. And how did we implement the project? Millie already outlined that we had a steering group and a working group in our structure, but the core which will remain in the future is the link workers, who were museum professionals, museum educators, and artists invited by them who facilitated activities in the museums. And then on the other side we had the prescribers, and we had a wonderful cooperation with them. It was the Cēsīs regional institutions, the social services of Cēsīs, and between the prescribers and participants there was myself as a mediator, and I talked to my patients, clients, about the opportunity to participate in this program, and if the potential clients of the prescribers thought that it would be useful for them to participate in this program, then I met the potential participants. I told them about the program, I found out their motivations, their needs, and then forwarded this information to the facilitators of art activities, maybe concerning some special needs or something else, and I accompanied the participants in the entire process. Sometimes I helped them to wake up in the morning. I woke them up by calling them, and I helped them to maintain their motivation and not to get intimidated. If there was some anxiety at the beginning of the activities, I was present and I provided support if some participant needed additional support when the activities were launched. I will tell you a little more about the participants now. We use the program guidelines as we found that it was very effective. If we use this structure of the program, usually we had a program which lasted 8 to 10 weeks, and in total there were 12 plus 1 meetings. There was a number of meetings with the program, meetings with the artists, with the museum specialists and so on, and that plus 1 meeting was an informal meeting with the participants, with the artists, with the museum staff, to share their expectations, their concerns, to discuss what they were expecting, and that encouraged both the participants and facilitators of activities, and it made their job easier when they subsequently met for the actual activities. And we had several locations, 5 museums, and museums or cultural spaces in Cēsīs region, and the activities lasted for 2 till 2.5 hours. Sometimes the facilitators and participants got carried away and the activities lasted even longer, but usually this was typical length. And we worked with focus groups, as our researcher reported. We established a focus group, but we will continue the work in the focus group. It proved to be useful not only for the organizers and for the facilitators, but for the participants as well, to reflect and to share their feedback. Was useful. So what about the content? Since our prescription was to the museums, then everything was centered around what is happening in the museums. We thought that it was important for us to show the participants everything that is available, that is happening in the museum, we offered introductory activities, and all the artists, facilitators were selected according to the content of the museum, about the narratives that the museum was offering. We had 5 themes: poetry, music, traditional crafts, visual art, and theater. Our participants, we worked with groups with 12 to 16 participants in each. And in the first meeting, we met together, the prescribers and the museum staff. We decided that we will not focus on a specific demographic group like senior citizens or young mothers or teenagers, but we wanted to have diverse groups and to ensure a safe, inclusive environment so that the differences would not interfere with our activity, but would be additional benefit gained from the group. So we had people with various addictions, young people with learning difficulties, people who faced loneliness and other challenges. And in the implementation of this program, we had many conclusions, and my colleague Baiba will share the main findings and the main conclusions. There are many benefits from the program, and as Baiba pointed out, positive changes were observed in the improvement of the mental health and well-being. The fact that one has to get up in the morning, dress up, and be ready to go out has a positive impact on the daily life of the person. An additional gain is a social communication. You have to meet with diverse people. Some people who are my program participants had never been to a museum before. They didn't know the poet Edvards Weidenbaums, to whom this museum is dedicated. There are people who had never tried to play in the theater, to act, or to do some crafts. And this expanded the people's worlds, showed them what else is possible and maybe fun to do in the world. And then another gain is being in a safe environment. Many people face loneliness, and there are no age restrictions. They can be younger people and older people or middle-aged people. And our goal was to provide a secure environment for them. And then there are enormous gains related to the added value to the community. It has been quite a discovery for us that we can cooperate so well, that the sectors can complement each other so well. There was a wonderful learning opportunity on intergenerational level. And the community was fortified in this experience. All of us who got involved had to change, and we had to develop and reveal new aspects in our daily work. And on behalf of the cultural institutions, I would like to say that we like to think well of ourselves, and of course everyone is welcome to our institutions. But while implementing this program, we gained a new perspective of some groups which had never received in our institutions of culture. And while working with these diverse people and while meeting with them, we had to think of how to adapt our content to make sure that it is still high quality cultural content, but it is still offered in an accessible way, and that was the added value from this. Of course, we knew that there is social service in Cēsīs and there is a clinic and senior citizens home in Līgatne, but now we can call ourselves colleagues, because in this program we proved that we are working towards a united single goal, the same goal, to improve the well-being of our people, and we are now continuing our activities and sharing. We visit each other's seminars, activities, and that is very valuable too. And while listening to this, you also have inspiration to continue this work, and the main thing is to find the time to do all this. And in conclusion, some pictures where you can see our happy participants in Cēsīs exhibition hall, Kārlis Skalbe Museum, in Kalāči, Vedenbaums Museum. You see young people and senior citizens engaged in activities, playing music together, and so on. And we discussed this with Baiba when looking at the research data that we can fully agree. This is what we saw in practice actually happening. And this is a quotation from one of the participants of the second pilot project, who said in the conclusion of the project, "My life was like a dark grey room where the light shone through the parting or slit in the door, but while participating in this project, I feel that I have arrived in a lighted room." So please contact us if you are interested, if you would like to participate, and this will make you happy too. And while we are waiting for the next speaker to come to stage, Baiba, we know that these projects have been implemented. You have participated in them, but from the beginning, what was the people's attitude? Because it sounds quite crazy. A prescriber of some program. The main thing is probably to admit that something is not quite okay with me. What would you do to encourage these people to come and to see the light not only through a slit in the doorway? The main thing is to realize that you are not the only one who has issues, and seeing another person with the same issues may make you feel different, if not better. Well, in my daily work, I work with families with children, and presently my work focuses on young people, particularly those who do not attend school and who have various issues, and I work with them on daily basis. And when Baiba told me about this opportunity, I sold it to them. Baiba, I knew that this is going to be something different. This is going to be something interesting, and I was surprised that the young people really wanted to participate. So we invited Baiba, and the young people came to my office, and we talked together with Baiba, and we got to know each other, and it really happens through human contacts like this. In the first pilot project, I had a participant who kept telling me, Baiba, you have no idea how I was cursing you when I was woken up. And I said, yes, I know, but I'm happy that you are here. And she was one of those participants who burst into tears when the program was over. And it is really important to be aware that we have contacts with human beings and we give our best that we can give them, and culture and art is not a privilege, it is a basic human right. We really believe in it, and it is important to give people the culture at the best, the highest level. Those people who consume culture regularly may also enjoy low quality, perhaps bad theater performance or exhibition. It won't scare them away from culture, but these people need to be exposed to the best at first. Thank you, dear participants, both here in this auditorium and online. Let me remind you, in LSM, in Cēsīs and Saldus region channels online. And we are one step from the long-awaited break, but we need a little more of your attention still. And I would like to invite the participant from Saldus to take the floor. And the speaker will be Sigita Grauduša, moderator from Saldus municipality. She is also very, to a great extent, responsible for the entire project here. So please do share your experience.
Hello, Armand. I would like to start, and I would like to look into my notes. Armand, I wrote the prescription for you. I referred you to a new creative activity, and I will give you an alibi. You all have some prescription blocks, prescriptions on your table, and you can always write a prescription to your neighbor. I will speak quite fast because we are before lunch and everyone is, of course, expecting lunch. We believe that good partners supplement each other, and I think that we have really succeeded with Cēsīs. We have a different target audience, actually. We're found by people of another profile, and this profile requires a slightly different organization of the program. This is Saldus experience. What was our program like? Like the basic program, we had 10 weeks, 2 times per week, 2 hours per time. And we offered 4 categories to the participants. Our profile, we're adults, women 22 to 60 plus, and the referral process was both by the general practitioners, and people could also apply themselves. The activities were formed so as to involve emotions and activities. There were creative workshops, sound, baths. They actually immersed in sound and saw the role of sound in our well-being. Then there were also walks and legends and stories that they could listen to, interesting facts about architecture. It was a wonderful opportunity to be a tourist in your own town. And then also we thought about taste via practical activity. Well, our participants also traveled through different gastronomical experiences. For instance, they tried marinated dandelion stalks, for instance, and that was their experience. And then, what was the referral process like? How did it work? The doctors got some referral sheets that we had prepared for them, and they had to familiarize their patients with the program and refer them to different cultural activities. And then the patient took his own decision whether to take part or not. And if he did make the first step in taking the decision, that was already the first step towards well-being. Doctors liked our program. They welcomed our prescription forms, and they gave us a lot of support. It was very important to get support from the health sector so that we could implement the program. The general practitioners thought that was a very good idea. One of the doctors told us she could refer every second patient to us. And the patients, the people of Saldus, were very surprised and thankful for this opportunity, because such an instrument had been used in Saldus for the first time. We had different references from people. They were surprised, they were happy how much 2 hours, if you devote them to yourself, could give you. In 3 cycles, we planned to involve 36 people, but actually the actual number was 132, because in parallel to the program we also offered different educational and creative activities to people who were not actually participants of that activity. So, and one of our participants said that she had really lived with interest and with some emotion through these dark months of the year, the darker period of the year. Also, communication with the public was important. It was all about taking down the stigma of mental health problems, understanding that depression, anxiety is nothing to be ashamed of. And we also had the paper. We had also an article in the paper. We also did a campaign during Valentine's Day, where we invited people to take care of themselves, to love themselves, and there were different quotes from by writers that we placed at different places in different locations. As we spoke to our municipality, empty bridges don't lead anywhere, and empty parks feel isolated. Indeed, we think that bridges and parks improve the infrastructure of the body of Saldus, but we also thought that this activity could somehow improve the infrastructure of mind of Saldus. And I would like to offer you a small video fragment. This is especially for the group that don't have many services, people who do not fall into a risk group, people who have children, and who have different mental health challenges which probably are not classified as an illness at this stage.
vispār jau kultūra un māksla.
In general, culture and art act as a bridge between the creator and the viewer, and between the user and his emotions and the outer world. And very often it is culture and art that can express what is difficult to put into words. Culture and art help a person understand themselves better, to explore their emotions and become more open with themselves. Undoubtedly, the offer that culture and art provide, including from museums, can give to people who seek it invaluable riches. Because museums, first and foremost, are a safe place. Their collections are full of treasures, and I'm convinced that anyone who comes can find a work or a place that will resonate with his internal world and offer him comfort. So I would encourage everyone related to art and cultures, both individuals and institutions, to get involved in such programs, specifically for people who may need such support. It's great that there is such a program and special solutions that can be used, and hopefully we will succeed in that. Thank you, Saldus. Thank you, Sigita, don't go away. We have some important information, short but important. The first part of our conference has been finalized, and before everyone is still here on spot, those who told us about their experience and international experience, I don't know whether you agree or not. I will outline my own experience. And if I knew about such a project, health and culture, 3 years ago, you would never get me into this program. You would never get me on this stage, and you would never see me, because from the very start I said that over 1 billion of people in the whole world have mental health problems. How many of them are aware of it? We don't know. How many conceal it? We don't know either. But now we have a question from to our Scandinavian guests and to our Latvian guests. Indeed, this really is very it might be it's very challenging. Every third family, every third work group actually suffers from mental illnesses. Would it be our task today, our duty, to look for all these things? Should we ask our co-citizens whether they should not need such assistance? 3 years ago I would say no, everything is okay with me. But today I understand what could happen if I failed to request for help and try to solve my problems alone in a dark room under a blanket. So it is so important to see those people who might need help. Even among ourselves, there might be people who are sitting here and smiling, but this is not a real smile. It's just some fake thing that we do so that people wouldn't recognize our problems.
problems so that they wouldn't. So should it be our duty or our task or maybe something that we should do? Should we look for people that might need help? I have been called by several people, participants, who also told me, said that my sister told me about the program. Do I have also possibility to apply? Or somebody said she or he knew somebody else who might need this program. So it is very important to have people disseminate this information, look at other people, because sometimes the silence is indeed deep, profound. Why couldn't we refer a person in a friendly way to a live music festival? Maybe it will be his first attempt to really start well-being.
Give some short answer about what we just discussed on the stage about on your table. I'll go to you to the specialists. And is it? I don't know if we can say or might say like a duty, to scan the people, to look deeper in the people and find if Neil, if you are okay. Do you need help? Maybe I can help you and send you to the program. Is it like I don't want to divide like people in the normal ones and not normal ones with illnesses or without. But by your opinion, the society, are responsible for taking a response for other people if we see that they are not okay?
Yeah, I think it is a civic duty in a well-functioning society to take care of each other, whether that is through social security networks or through health provision and so forth. It's definitely our duty to take care of each other. I think the challenge in mental health is that it's a highly stigmatized space, so it's very difficult to talk about this topic and to be very direct about this topic. And similarly, mental health is one of those spaces where it's not always visible. If you've broken your leg, it's very clear that you have a problem, you can't walk, you go to A&E and you get a cast. If you have a mental health challenge, sometimes it doesn't register outwardly, and it's very difficult for external people to recognize. And so I think there's no one size fits all solution. There's no magic bullet in a situation like this, but you have to, through a variety of offers, make it as easy as possible for people to talk directly or indirectly about the mental health challenges that they feel. And I think Arts on Prescription and the work that you have all been doing here is just a very underused way of enabling, in a very non-confrontative way, enabling people to begin talking about their loneliness, their anxiety, their low-level feelings of depression, without over-medicalizing that, without making it seem like you have a big medical problem, but just offering the opportunity to talk.
I think that's the key word, to talk. To talk. Mēs atkal pieslēdzamies Cēsu koncertu zālei, konference Kultūra un veselība noslēdzošajai daļai. Tā kā liels paldies par izturību visi, kuri joprojām ir kopā ar mums, gan šeit Cēsīs, gan arī pie saviem ekrāniem vai mobilajiem telefoniem vai planšetdatoriem, iespējams kāds uz lielāku ekrānu skatās mūsu tiešsaitē LSMLV, kā arī saldus. YouTube kanālā tiešraidē un Cēsīm arī ļoti skaistā Facebook lapiņa ir, tur varam pasakot līdzi, un arī visi klātesošie attālinātās tiešraides skatītāji var līdzdarboties mūsu konferencē, uzdodot sev interesējošus jautājumus, un patiesībā būs arī viens slaido mākonīts konferences noslēgumā, kur arī jūs varēsiet izteikt savu vēlmi, viedokli, kā veselība ar kultūru, kultūra ar veselību sadzīvo kopā un var palīdzēt mūsu sabiedrībai kļūt vēl labākai, vēl atbalstošākai. Es zinu, ka vienmēr visiem lielai daļai ir bail, nedod Dievs, tas čalis ar mikrofonu uz skatuves pienāks pie manis, iedos mikrofonu, kaut ko man vajadzēs teikt. Ja? Nu, atbalstiet man, sakiet, jā, no čaļa bail ir. Ja? Bet es pienākšu. Mazliet ne pēc scenārija, bet īstenībā katrs no jums, kurš šajā konferencē ir ieradies, kurš jau ir dalījies ar savu pieredzi uz skatuves un par programmu īstenošanu, mēs esam dzirdējuši vismaz divās pašvaldībās, kā jau atkārtojos. Ļoti cerams, bet cerams būs arī vēl vairāk, ka pašvaldībās Latvijā, Baltijā un tālākajās mūsu kaimiņu valstīs Eiropā. Bet
neizbēgam ir šeit, lai dalītos, lai stāstītu, think about all these topics. We are here to help, to think, to exchange, and to help other people. Now I'm going to have an express competition or an express question, and there are no right or wrong answers. But I have one question for everyone here, and please don't drive me away if I give the microphone to you. And certainly our viewers online can also respond to this question. Without much thinking, let us know.
Jums ir goda piedestāls. Pirmā vieta, otrā
and there will be three prizes. First, second and third prize for the best answer.
Kopojiet vai sastādiet savu goda piedestālu, pirmais, otrais, trešais, un uz tā novietojiet, ko jūs šajā dzīvē mīlat visvairāk. Pirmajā vietā, otrajā vietā, trešajā vietā.
What goes first for you? What goes second for you? And what goes third for you in life in general? What do you love most of all in this life? Mega Express, certainly I love myself best of all, and then friends and family and friends, and then hobbies. I would say myself, family and friends. I will repeat the same, myself, family and friends. I like myself, my beloved ones, and conferences. Life itself, possibilities, and unexpected things. I would say myself, the place that I belong to, and that makes me happy, and challenges. Some more. I'd say myself, then my beloved ones, and then my work. I like to eat and then sleep, and I don't know what's the third. And children, or maybe the cat. Yeah, I'd say my children, my family, and my pets. I'd say that most people perhaps lied to ourselves. I think that actually we love other people much more than ourselves. If we are not so, then we would invest in ourselves much more than we do. I think that I would say all people, then work, and then perhaps family. So I'd give first place to freedom, second place to land, and I don't know about the third one. I won't say much more. I'd say myself and my family. Yeah, you're wise people. You are, of course, professionals. But who didn't place himself in the first place? Most of you. And that's not selfish. It's not because of being selfish. I think that mostly we think about other people and then only about yourselves. And I will not be too wise, but I think it doesn't really happen in one day that we realize that we ourselves are the greatest gift to ourselves, and the most capable person is the person that we see twice a day in front of the mirror, brushing your teeth. If we were so happy about ourselves and so self-sufficient, in that case we would have enough time to devote to other people. I don't know whether this is going to be useful to you or not, but I really love you, and I would like to wish you to to love yourselves, put yourselves in the first place.
Yourself have to be the first you should love the most, right? Go. Labi, mums vēl ir laiciņš līdz paneļa diskusijai, un tagad...
We still have some time until the panel discussion. I don't know who has been where. We know what happened in the Great Hall, but we still had the exhibition hall and the organ hall. And I hope that one person from each group would tell us what you did in your respective room. So, could you start? So, this is the result of our masterclass. We made mandalas with a specialist or professional from Saldus. We at least have something to show you.
And
then probably we are going to have a song. Did you were in the organ hall. So what did you do during this hour? In the organ hall, in the organ room, we improvised on the piano and we sang songs and we did games, adult games. It's okay. It's quite early still in the day, so you can tell about this freely. And then the exhibition hall. What did you do in the exhibition hall? We talked to my colleague that there are quite a few cultural representatives here. I'd say we mostly worked on culture referrals. We spoke about trends that should be taken into account as we organize these events, culture events. There's chronic loneliness, chronic diseases, well-being, a Cold War, life life strength and sustainability and crisis.
Ar jūsu palīdzību mēs tam visam viennozīmīgi tiksim pāri un tiksim
I hope that we shall be able to deal with it together. Now, during the next few minutes, I'm going to invite 4 guests on stage for the panel discussions. I hope you can actively participate. Please ask your questions via the QR code. You can see it on your screens, and we shall see it on our screen. And we shall try to respond to all the questions. So now we are going to speak about the visions and the potential for cooperation between the culture and health sectors in Latvia. And we invite Lasma Krastiņa-Sidorenko, Ministry of Culture of the Republic of Latvia, head of the Creative Industries Division, Ministry of Health of the Republic of Latvia, Deputy State Secretary for Health Policy, Sven Henkusen, head of the Director of the Institute of Public Health, Anda Civita Urtāne, World Health Organization, Marta Krīvade, she is going to be our moderator. And I think I have forgotten somebody, have I? And head of the Institute of Arts and Cultural Studies, Anda Latte. Okay, you give me a bad mark. Every one of you is going to have his or her own microphone, and we can discuss different questions also. And you have 58 minutes and 30 seconds. So I see that there are some time limitations. I'm Marta, and I have worked both on culture issues, and I have also changed my professional career by now working on the health care system, and I have the pleasure to moderate this discussion today. It is quite difficult to think of the questions because I see that all the responses will be that there is no money and there will be less money, and I know that, and I also know that you have experienced that there are sometimes desperate situations, yet something happens, and then it turns out that you didn't need so much money and there could be other solutions. So I would like to concentrate over this hour to finding solutions that is not going to lead to the discussion that we know of. It is clear that today we are in rather strange circumstances, and as we look at budget formation, indeed everyone has to economize so that we could invest enough money for into defense, and the trends are there, and I would like to emphasize some of them. What we see, not only today, but on a broader scope. I think we heard today what is art on prescription, but we have also heard, and we also have understood that there is an evidence base that some cultural interventions indeed lead to health benefits. We have even clinical evidence for that. It doesn't refer only to prevention. It has been proved that people recover faster after surgery if they have listened to music in intensive care that they like. We don't really have enough practical experience of how to use these things, but we are thinking of them. Now, speaking about healthcare, we have never had such a crisis of healthcare workers. We lack staff for taking care of patient health. We have seen now the biggest research that shows that every second nurse or doctor has depression or anxiety, and they too suffer from the fact that we can't find the right way to help people. Also, we have aging society, loneliness, and culture is the old lifelong question. And people keep asking, what is the sense? Now I'll be the devil's disciple and ask this old question: why do you devote so much time to culture, singing and dancing? And the Ministry of Culture certainly has to think about results so they could show it to the Ministry of Finance. And artists are irritated. They're asking how can they prove that they have created some benefit, how people might not understand it per se. So Latvia is actually a country where culture plays a big role. In this sense, we are unique. Sometimes we fail to be good businessmen, but we have a lot of artists and culture workers, and art and culture is part of our life. We can also see that culture workers and artists are rather slow in driving social art. They don't really care too much in strengthening ties between people. Things start to happen, but that we are still far away from what they do in Europe. This is the end of my introduction. Now I will give the floor to you, but I hope that I gave some sort of a background for the discussion. And my first question will be to health professionals, Svens and Anda. Could you tell us what are the biggest obstacles apart from money, so that we might be more open and try to find new solutions of letting culture into the health domain and in the recovery process?
Sven, could you start, please? Thank you for the question. I wanted to say that culture is the first obstacle, but not in the traditional sense of the word, but as mentality. Mentality is peculiar. If we go to a GP, then if the doctor doesn't write a prescription, people are disappointed. And it is differently in the Netherlands, for example. People are happy when they go to a family doctor and the family doctor says that everything is okay with them. That is acceptable. So one thing that we could change would be our culture or mentality, our expectations from the healthcare system. That is one thing. And of course, we have to speak of cooperation between the cultural sector and the Ministry of Health and municipality. It is very important for the system to start working. As to the financing, there are functioning institutions, the Institution of Family Doctors and Culture, and the weak point is the link between them, that link which should help to finance these activities. But we might arrive at this point in our further discussion. Thank you. And in fact, we were discussing these issues in the policy-making workshop here in this room a moment ago. I would like to speak about the lofty matters. Of course, it is true what you said, that there is lack of financing, even for basic things there is shortage, and you are asking for the cherry on the top. If we cannot fully afford the bread, and a war is going on and we need the money for defense, but there was shortage of money before the war as well, and from the health sector we could come with any arguments. Everybody knows that preventive measures are more effective than treating consequences, that financially it is more effective. We know that the healthcare system can solve the health issues by 11%, but the rest of the problems are caused by poor lifestyle, and the genes. The genes have a role to play as well. And but over the 20 years I have been working in the system, I have observed progress, but the progress has always been very slow. And I have asked this question to political scientists as well. I've asked about the reasons, and it looks like we can find the money and the time for things that are priority to us. For example, I don't like to exercise and I don't like to brush my teeth, even though I know that I must do it, but I have no endorphins produced during the process. But I enjoy painting a lot, and with all my commitments, working in the university and being in leadership positions, I find 2 hours per week for painting, but there are many things I don't find the time for. Or I went on a trip recently with my husband, but I haven't found the money to refurbish my kitchen, and these are my priorities. And I think it refers to the national policy level as well. We have various horizontal priorities as well. And all the ministries, all the national institutions have to always explain how their decisions will influence the green government and the gender equality. And perhaps we should add another horizontal priority, which is the public health. And one of our colleagues in the discussion said, she quoted someone who has said that health is not everything, but without health there is nothing. So where is that leverage? how can we make the public health and culture and health a priority in policies? Once I asked Anna Čakša this question. She took part in an international conference at our university, and I asked her, "You've had a long-term career of a politician. Which are those things that we as researchers can do better? Because we researchers often get reproached that you've been studying something, conducting your research, but where are the results?" And usually the results stop in the ministry, somewhere in the minister's offices. And Ms. Čakša replied, "But where do the politicians come from? The politicians come from the people. We are the people. And if we improve the data literacy in the human population, then the politicians coming from the people may become more effective." A few years ago, we had a discussion in this country whether we should permit euthanasia or not. And in the political discussion, there were two priests from different religious confessions and from two churches, and one doctor who was Christian, and no researchers, no other experts. Then this is problematic. And there is also a problem concerning the interinstitutional cooperation, coordination, which was also discussed in our workshop. Presently, I am involved in another Interreg project with other Baltic states. We have been studying and elaborating continuing education program, and we have realized that openness, readiness to cooperate from the Ministry of Culture and Ministry of Health is important. Many things get arrested at the next level. Even if we can make the Ministry of Culture, the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Welfare to sit around the same table to discuss things, then still we may never get the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Economics to join the discussion. If we could achieve that, then we could achieve something. So could you be more specific? So the next level, what would it be? It's the decision makers level, yes, at the political level. And now a question to the culture sector. We have a peculiar situation here, and I greatly appreciate it. I'm surprised how much this topic has advanced, has developed over the past few years. But now it looks like the mountain is coming over to Mohammed. It seems that the initiative is coming from the cultural sector, and it is cool, it is great, and it is great to see that the health sector is responsive and is taking part, and there are people from the health sector here in the conference today. But from the perspective of the cultural sector, as policymakers, as researchers, what are the main obstacles? What is slowing down your cooperation with the health sector? Thank you for the question. While listening to today's presentations, it became clear that the cultural institutions, the cultural sector, and the health sector are open to cooperation, but to promote the understanding of the role of the cultural sector, why we are an auxiliary tool in reaching other aims from the strategic goals of the United Nations till 2030. There is no culture there. We are not around the same table with other political priorities. We speak about culture and security, culture and defense, culture and climate. In the EU development plan, it is all mentioned, but we see that these are all cultural initiatives. These are initiatives which have come from the cultural sector, but we are being instrumentalized to help other sectors to reach their goals. And there was also a slight misunderstanding here. That we are expected to demonstrate everything in Excel tables and to show our contribution, but we are not able to prove ourselves otherwise than speaking the language of other sectors, which unfortunately comes down to Excel tables or showing the calculated return on investment, that by investing €1 we will get 5 in return, or we will decrease the expenses by so and so many euros, and unfortunately this is the situation. Quite recently, our Minister of Culture took part in an international cultural conference in Barcelona, where Latvia plays a leading role in preparing the final report and in the policy making. In general, it will have a very positive effect on Latvia's positioning globally, and we included culture as a very important area which is indispensable in this document. We have been successful and lucky with our cooperations, but very often when we invite the health policy makers for the discussion, we are sent some museum professional, or when we have repeatedly asked the energy minister to send their experts for a meeting with us, they have not sent anyone. For example, in the European Bauhaus initiative, we have made a great effort. For us, this would be an essential cooperation, but we would like to invite the other sectors to realize that culture, it is times that culture is included in the system on an equitable level. And please. There are so many issues listed that it is even difficult to see where to begin. But from the perspective of culture and art, there are many people present here who participate in many events related to the issues of culture and art. And one of the main themes of discussions is the impact of culture and art in various areas. And there are many arguments used. There are research arguments, there are arguments based on experience, and in our narrow circle we convince other people of things that we know already, and when leaving this event one has this unpleasant feeling that it is very hard to prove to other sectors, to convince them in the power of culture and art, and then we as researchers ask them, give us the right sentences, the right arguments, just like in that conversation with Anda Chaksha you mentioned. As the part of the society, those politicians who have no personal experience of this footprint of the culture and art practices to address the problems of loneliness or health or some economic problems, then verbally it is very hard to persuade people, because usually there is the money problem, but in fact Latvia still has a budget and there is money. The question is about the priorities, what the money is allocated for. In the health care area, you are in a rather secure situation. The importance of health is recognized, but where is culture on this list? And when people start discussing how much to invest in culture, usually culture is at the bottom of the list. And then what to do about it? Is there a solution? I think that the solution can be found in what we heard today, where we have very specific experiences, where cultural professionals in cooperation with healthcare professionals, social work professionals do practical, concrete, documented things, and people experience therapy in a wider sense. I would like to urge to continue this practice. The more people we have who have experienced the therapeutic power of culture and art firsthand, the fewer people will need to be convinced verbally with words that this is the case. I have taken part in many discussions of this kind, and I think that those people who have not experienced this power, those politicians who have no experience, who lack this cultural practice, cannot be convinced. The best thing is to do, convinced by doing, and the good practice that Cēsīs and Saldus projects have started. This is the path to take. In the ancient times, no culture, nobody questioned the link between rituals and symbols and economics and daily practice. It is an indispensable part of each society. Culture is not to be left for the leisure time. It is an indispensable part which ensures the existence of the society. But now we have a very complex society which is divided into sectors. Each has its own responsibility, its own budget, and we have to start thinking of how to cooperate, and it is so very hard. Now we have to search for financing. Who will pay for these therapeutical practices? Who will administer the financial instruments? Who will pay the artists? Who will create the communication and the networks? And there are areas of responsibility between ministries, decisions to be made on the level of municipalities, on the national level, and it has to be decided who will do what. And things that have been initiated, that have been started, this is not only therapeutic work but also experience, which shows the example how people from various sectors can collaborate. As other ministries may think that culture and art is something trivial. After all, there is a war going on, but the society cannot exist without all these elements being present. Perhaps my comment has been lengthy, but I think we could talk for 10 hours on this experience. Now we have 30 minutes left.
Actually, I think we would need one more person here, either one from Cēsīs and one from Saldus. I would also like to note that actually it is indeed unique when local governments invest in such activities, not only in infrastructure as traditionally municipalities do, but as they invest in the well-being of their people. And we have two different municipalities in different parts of Latvia, which shows that it can be done. But returning to the health sphere, now Sven and Anda, as you were listening today, did anything occur to you that might be perhaps very good and laudable, or something that was probably not that good, or any gaps that you noticed? Because we also have to speak to healthcare specialists, and maybe they are quite skeptical to such activities. Maybe they would like that money to be given to them. Is there any evidence or any language or anything that we could improve, or everything is sufficient? I understand that you haven't had a lot of time to dwell on and delve into this, but yet, yes, I had the opportunity to discuss on this issue with some people, and I will share some of the key messages. I would like to say that the best practices should always be shared with GPs, and the Saldus and Cēsīs family doctors, general practitioners, probably should be involved, because, and also we have to speak their language so that they would also go on to speak to other GPs, and they would involve them. So I would really recommend you to go to family doctor or general practitioner conferences and speak to them, and perhaps in that case they would be able to free their reception room. I think that it's just, we are going to have a GP conference of rural doctors very soon. Speaking about GPs, indeed, we have to do this. We have to speak to the GPs. We really require a lot from GPs. We are speaking to them about depression screening and addiction screening and oncological screening. And the question is, how much time does the GP need to do this? And then we speak about different medical tools and how many hours, or what is the time that the doctor needs to devote to a patient to do all these things. Now we know that today GPs are not alone, they also have a second nurse now. But if we look at advocacy and lobbying, whatever it is called in Latvian, I would say that policy makers, decision makers are persuaded by three arguments: data and research, that's one. Then there are other people who want to see an economic evaluation. That's the story about the €1 we invest and the 5 that we get back. And then we have the best practice the best practice stories, the stories. So, and if you have all the three arguments, then you might probably succeed, and we also do so. We do the three justifications and also the success story from Estonia, the success story, and now also from Lithuania, and that is very catchy. So I couldn't say that it always works. Sometimes none of them work, and then the question is, what is going to be persuasive? And if I think about myself, I really don't have too much scientific evidence on culture and education. But there are also, we should have more evidence, but there are also the personal stories. That's the next set of persuasive arguments. So actually, and then we also have the best success stories from Lithuania and Estonia. So actually we are well equipped. But even if the four arguments do not work, this means that we don't, the people don't listen. And this means we have to create knowledge society. And this means we have to speak, and every drop will be helpful. I have worked a lot in different projects of the penitentiary system, and I know that some of the prison administration have stated we have no drugs in our prisons, at a time when we certainly know that drugs are a problem in the prisons. So we have to create a knowledge society, but by speaking, by doing things bit by bit, we can come to success, and we are all responsible. Every single society member is responsible. We have to go with our and give the four types of argument and try to drill and drill and drill. The World Health Organization also stresses that health is part of safety, because resilience and mental health is very important. Also, when we think about confidence, and we indeed have a crisis in confidence. When we speak about defense in public space, we don't really speak too much about resilience. That resilience is also a defense barrier. Certainly we need money for our military, but we also need resilience. And Anders says we have to do this bit by bit. Now again, speaking about the culture sector, how do artists see entering other sectors and health sector, the health sector in particular? Do they probably think that this is a time when they have to speak more about involvement and engagement rather than art? And we also know that there are artists who think that art for art's sake is important and not how much we can change people's lives. What do artists think? Unfortunately, we don't have artists here, creative people who could speak about these things. But indeed, we shouldn't ignore the personality of an artist or their professionalism because of some policy documents. When protecting artists, we maintain that the culture and art offering should be very diverse, that accessibility of art should be accessible in every corner of Latvia, and this is what I would like to say in response to the question. An artist may find his or her place, and I think that we also see during such initiatives that we have, and during the pandemic and the geopolitical crisis, that the demand for a more engaging type of art is growing, and if there is demand, there is also supply. Indeed, as we research and as we interview artists, and it is nothing new to hear that artists as well as officials or other professionals are very different. We can't divide them into two groups, for instance, classify them. Every artist has his own feeling and understanding and empathy. Either it is something they do for other people or to express their own feelings and things. But there are artists who work in social art and who want to help some group. And there are people who work with community drama groups who become partners of community, and in such drama groups, let us remember Jānis Balodis, who has been working with communities, and he actually is implementing different policies, identity policy, language policy, engagement policy, even health policy. That is also a fact. And then there are other artists who just want to self-express themselves. So there are different artists. And also there are other areas where we don't have everyone participating. For instance, there are artists who participate in the school bag program, and there are artists who don't. So there are different people and different policy instruments, and we should simply allow artists to apply if they want to do therapeutical arts, or who work in culture heritage institutions, who want to show culture practices, or do some engage in a therapeutical function. It would be ideal for artists to choose their own way of practicing. I too am concerned that not all entertainment or art has a therapeutical effect. There are some that carry a socialization impact, but that is a different story. So I would like to say that there are different artists that work with different methods and in different wakes of art, and that is wonderful, because this means we have cultural diversity, and we can do different things. We also heard from Lithuania that they encountered a problem of many low-quality products, and money is badly spent. Yeah, that might be a problem. This is also a problem that we faced when we worked with the school bag program. We also have to think there where and how we can find quality. Because of course, if you show bad art to a person, he would never want to engage with that anymore, probably. We need some quality control, but we don't know how to implement it. Medicine is tested, but how could we test a work of art? This is only something we can learn by doing. We have to find the quality criteria. We have to, probably we might find some, I don't know. The question to Anda is, could you give a practical piece of advice? How might an artist stay on ground as he engages in art therapy? Because they don't really understand what is research, what is public health research. How should they start even thinking about this? They could enter this program that we have in the Baltic states, where we train artists, therapists, what the interventions might be and what evidence is. There is no contradiction with what you said, because health definition is that it's physical, mental, and mental well-being, and the culture and contribution gives either a contribution to health or mental or social well-being. So we need the three components. Probably we can't actually measure the effect on physical health, but we can measure the effect on loneliness. And that is also one of the social well-being components. So this is actually a health effect. Speaking about the quality criteria, I don't know whether this is right, but we too, as health specialists, have to think about interventions so that we could succeed in persuading young people to stop vaping. Science is, or research is, one of the responses. We have to look at what has been examined and tested abroad. We shouldn't think of a bicycle that we have to invent anew. We have to find something similar And then we have to look whether there is an evidence basis. If there is no evidence basis, we have to research this addiction and what works. And then we have a control school where we don't have any activities, and then we have the school with an intervention, and thus by comparing these two schools we get evidence. Why have we been so successful? Why have we seen? Why do we now live much longer than earlier? It's because we understand disease better. When people thought that everything was dependent on religion or rituals, there was no progress in medicine. When we started looking at evidence, then things changed. And if we look at the countries with good health indications, then we know that their success depends on evidence that is collected. And I think that this also relates to the health and art sector. Certainly there are quality criteria, and they need to have their impact.
Well, it is very complicated indeed. As understanding of what it is, what are culture and art practices, at which moment they become professional, at which moment they become suitable for therapy, either physical or social. It is a very complicated decision, and this is not the policy based on evidence and research which we recognize as rational people, but it functions only when it coincides with political priorities. If the figures are advantageous, suitable, then they are recognized, it works, and if they are not, if they talk against the priorities, then the evidence is not accepted and not used. But the question was, how should an artist start thinking of becoming more tuned into the health sector? Well, it is a matter of education. Our colleague in the Ministry of Culture has participated in art residences, and she found that in Latvia we are very much focused on self-expression, to express oneself, and the social art is kind of art which is beneath you, that is compromising yourself. But in other countries there is art education which really prioritizes the society and social involvement. Yes, I had this hunch, and you formulated it very well. I think that we still need to progress towards recognizing the social role of art. But my question to Lasma is as follows. What would help if you could choose one thing from the Ministry of Health and from the policy makers in healthcare system to keeps the door more widely open to create some cooperations, something very specific. Well, I can mention our meeting scheduled tomorrow with the representatives of the Ministry of Health and an expert of World Health Education Organization. We are going to meet in the Medical History Museum and we will try to draft a model to outline the further steps to be made in this direction. So this is something very real, but it must be mutual collaboration which comes from both sides, that the actual implementers will be experts, the policy will give the strategic framework, we can define the visions about the goals, about the values of the society, but the professionals from both sectors will implement this cooperation. And I do not see why not use some opportunities in the Physicians Association, for example, in one of the upcoming events to advocate this cooperation, to tell more about this to the doctors, and we also disseminate the information in audiences with representatives of many sectors present, both people from art and education and healthcare, and these are specific things which helps us to make our first steps forward. And my question to Sven now is as follows. We know that in Latvia, all the plans are elaborated in great detail. There is an activity, what the people are planning to do, but also the next column should be about financing. We do not just make plans without financial backup. But at the same time, these plans should define the vision, the directions towards the goal that we want to reach. Perhaps you see some, some plans, programs in healthcare concerning mental health or psychiatric health, or so on. Are there any documents that would define or envisage at least this cooperation between health and culture? Yes, we have the basic guidelines, and we could revise our addiction elimination plan, and there are activities which can be carried out with available resources without additional financing. We have a large number of activities available to municipalities. Since I have the experience of living in Sweden, then I can assert that in Latvia, in the rural municipalities, there are many more activities available to children and free of charge than in the suburb in Sweden where I used to live. We do not acknowledge it always, but there is a wide range of activities available, and not only to the children. There are activities for senior citizens, there are facilities available. Perhaps some shift in emphasis is needed, but we do have resources which we can use and keep building on them. Which is to be developed is coordination between various institutions and sectors, municipalities and service providers. We have 23 minutes remaining, and I would like all of you to reflect on this and in this last round to think about sharing an example when culture helped you to perhaps to cope with something or just to relax. Yes, I'll start with my experience from last summer, which I experienced through the experience of my child who took part in the Students' Song and Dance Festival. I realized at one moment that I have not bought enough tickets and I have not been present in enough of events, but we were lucky because the events were broadcast on TV, and there was a very special moment when in Dom Cathedral the choir and the audience were standing and singing in chorus together, and I lost all the skepticism after that, and this is what I received by culture. Sven? I will continue with this, sharing a similar story about children and about folk dance. And in my experience, I see that folk dance is part of our identity, our Latvian identity, and it is important. If we look at large countries such as Australia or the USA, then they lack this identity. They're quite homogeneous there, and this is something that makes us different. We should pride ourselves in this. I cannot share a story about the children, as my children practice Lego and robotics, but I have 3 children, and the hours when I do not take care of my children or do not do my job, I go and paint in Sigulda. Since I'm in this concert hall in summer, last summer there was a Parsifal performed in this auditorium. I was standing, I was sitting somewhere far in the audience and fascinated by the conductor and by the performance. But we recently concluded an audience study of the National Symphony Orchestra, and I had copied the comments that the regular concert goers shared, and this was fascinating, and we presented the results to the team of the Symphony Orchestra, and they thanked us for this. They said, thank you for doing this, because now we see that the experience of music helps people to achieve success in other areas of life, that it changes their perception in a larger sense, that it changes their DNS. I could really add quotations about the effects of art. And this was my experience of a researcher of experience of art, which was wonderful. And thank you. And Marta, what helps you from culture? I have a rather intimate practice. I have rather low days, and I think it's normal for me. I have accepted that I may have them, and then I spend the day just lying in bed and listening to world music and keeping myself in the state of drowsing, being half asleep and half awake, where the mind is rather inert, but the body is still aware of itself and its presence. And I have realized that while spending hours like this, my mind has been brought back in order, that things have just have been tidied up without me being aware. even. Thank you. We are wrapping up our discussion with this, and I'm handing over the microphone. Thank you very much again to the participants of our panel discussion, Lāsma Krastiņa Sidorenko, Anda Laķe, Anda Ķīvīte Urtāne, to moderator Marta Krivade, and to Svens Henkuzens. And of course, little presents. You just said that we don't have to look far away. Hate cleaning my place. Since I have a new vacuum cleaner and good sound system, I was vacuuming my apartment, listening to Freddie Mercury. I want to break free, and that made me happy. Music made the whole difference. And music sometimes can be disturbing. I don't know about you, but if I can use a slang word, that it drives me crazy. For a longer time last year, for a whole 4 months, I was driving my car in complete silence without listening to any music. And that was a different period in my life. But today things have changed, and I can accept music in my car again. So this is really strange how things work. And we have almost reached the conclusion of our conference. After a few minutes, you will have an opportunity to connect to the slide cloud and leave your comments there. But now I would like to ask people from Cēsīs and Saldus to stage again, and I would like to ask them what steps the municipalities of Saldus and Cēsīs are ready to make to continue their work. And I'm now inviting to stage Sigita Grauduša, Andra Kauliņa-Strauska, project managers from Saldus, and
veselība valdes priekšsādātāja
Inga Surgunte and Altis Egliņš-Eglītis, who represent the AOP project and program from Cēsīs. So we have 4 chairs, 4 microphones. Let us keep to our agenda as well, and you have the last 15 minutes. You have already shared things you have implemented, but what else you are planning and how you are planning to do it in your municipalities, in your cities. And I would like to urge the leaders in other municipalities of Latvia to listen attentively.
What is our vision? What do we see in the future? Today, in cooperation with we are going to research our Saldus people, and we need real data so that we could adapt the program for their needs, actual needs. We are not going to guess, we are going to base ourselves on data. The first results are going to be there in November, December, as we are going to present them to our project partners. As a next step, as was mentioned in the discussion, in order to create best practice examples, we start with ourselves, and we are going to start working with our institutional workers, officials, and that is going to be a small step to measure stress, well-being, engagement, and we also have this absenteeism that we would like to measure. We would like to prove that art on prescription can decrease, can reduce absenteeism, increase well-being, and the focus would be to ensure a better microclimate in the working environment. And also, we are on the way of starting a new cooperation with the Saldus Medical Center. We have a twin town, which is Liepāja municipality. The aim is quite ambitious, but we would wish for the program to become independent, an independent part of healthcare in Saldus. The focus might be on sustainability and evidence based in local and regional data and psychological or psychic sustainability, resilience. Thank you for giving me the floor. Speaking about Cēsīs, I would like to welcome you in Cēsīs. We had the public
Un to mēs arī šogad darām, un mūsu
This is what we're doing now today. And we are speaking about culture in our minds, in our castles and in our yards, and we have to be more in yards and people's minds, because these can be cultural spaces, and how we can implement this, because this is a municipality which has made sure itself that culture is more than just culture. It is also safety, democracy and education, and democracy is the basis of us as a national statehood. Culture gives joy to people as a feeling of being protected and need, and this all creates trust and faith, both in the context of the region, district, and even state. I would like to mention just one project, the project Clay or Moth, which was both quite substantial with a lot of participants, with a lot of financing. There were people who sang and danced and also did some clay work. So we had some clay work there, and we spoke of people of a family of clay or a tribe of clay that had been formed. And then at the end of the project, the people said that they felt proud of the place and of their statehood, and joy. And if people are joyful and pleased and confident, then they are also more effective economically. There are tons of answers, tons of responses that we don't actually see so frequently in surveys. Many of them were open. And I have just mentioned a couple of quotes thanking us and saying that such projects renew trust in people and trust in the community and in the state. What else do we see in discussions? We heard a lot about financing, and certainly we have to work on that, both in a municipal context and also in an international financing context. And we are going to try in Saldus within the topic of mental resilience, where we also are going to look at mental health, because social resilience is really very much related with defense and security on a state level. And then we also have to focus on our new association culture and health. This is an association which is very close to Cēsīs. I have to speak about the association, which is based on this project and also in other projects where our museums were involved, where we worked with mental health issues, and somehow quite naturally we have formed a base in the Edward Weidenbaumer Museum College, where our Bible works. And looking into international practice, we also see that we have similar organizations in UK, in other countries, and we also called ourselves culture and health in the trend of European terminology, because we are interested in promoting health and culture, and we also have a base for the association, and we have founders and faces in the museum. And let us see these people. Barbarossa, where are you? And then we have Ilze Strasdiņa, who also has been very nuclear to the project. We have Anita Baltace, Baiba Āboliņa, whom you saw. Gunta Kaugara is a GP who was one of the prescribers, and then we have new people, Daina Zolāne, and the Association Traditional Culture Initiative Center with Ines Roze, and we have 3 people from Riga, our friends, Laura Brokane, the journalist, and Javier Landes, and Anna Spuliņš-Cinis, who's a psychotherapist. So we have brought together people from culture and health, people with whom we have worked together before. And what would we want to do together? We want to share experience and do projects, and we want to do some advocacy, but maybe there are too few of us, so we are seeing ourselves just at the beginning, so that we might have a community in the end of the day. And if you see us and watch us online, please join us and remind us about things, write to us, and we shall be happy to work together with you on this formal and informal health and culture community. Let us see each other in Cēsīs, in Saldus, and across the world. I would like to use the opportunity. I would say that the conference is now finally at an end, and thank you for your patience. I think this has been a job well done, but on behalf of all the four of us and all those who have been engaged, I would like to thank Cēsīs concert hall, our two translators, Ilze Norvel and Maris Osare, and also our technical staff who provided both streaming, online translation, and thank you, dear people, and I would like to thank ourselves as well. Thank you to all who viewed us. I would like to thank those who came to Cēsīs, because when you have to get up at 6 o'clock in the morning, it doesn't seem so close at all. And I would also like to thank the wonderful chef who provided the cake and all the other snacks and food. And this conference was available, and we are going to send out all the questions, and if we could see the Slido cloud, the final Slido cloud, it would be also important to have some feedback from you. What are the steps that you might take to foster culture and health and cross-sectoral cooperation? You certainly are going to have a vision or every one of you, and apart from that, don't forget to love yourselves and don't be afraid to ask for help. We're always welcoming you in Cēsīs to see our wonderful autumn season, to enjoy our wonderful autumn season.